All right. People, in alhamdulillah wa kafa. Firstly, let me just make sure I'm not speaking into into nothing. All right, people. Let me just do an audio check. This seems to be operational. All right, who do we have here? People, I hope the volume or the voice is coming through. I'll just await a confirmation. Let me just bring up your chats here. All right. Salam. All right. Bismillah, inna alhamdulillah wa kafah. والصلاة والسلام على رسوله المصطفى وعلى عباده الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فسلام الله على القوم مرحبا وأهلا وسهلا people. Welcome, bienvenidos, welcome back. Wow, it seems like it's been ages, yaar. It seems like, I guess it has in many ways. Allah, yaar, kuch hona chahiye. So, let me just see who we have here. Man ma'ana. Okay, ¿quién es con nosotros? All right, I have to practice the Espanol as well, people. So, who do we have? Nora, ahlan wa sahlan, and welcome as always, doing it from Florida, people. Lucy, all right, wa alaikum assalam. See, look at that, going diverse from Florida straight to Wales, I believe. Lucy, in Wales, you're doing it. You do what? Oh, just as I'm saying you're doing it, Lucy's written got COVID. Well, you're doing it with the COVID. No, messing. Shafakillah, may Allah grant you shifa, swift and complete recovery. I mean, to be honest, now I think the COVID that's going around now, I think it's I'm pretty sure this is the mild stuff now. You know, it's diluted, mutated, transmutated, and now this is the offspring of that one-time COVID. So I'm pretty sure it's not. Inshallah, I hope it's not bad. That does, that it begs the question as well. That where has COVID gone? The body's dropping every single day, the body count rising, and well, the Lord works in mysterious ways. Shall we say that's enough to answer that. Scorpio, ahlan wa sahlan. We've missed you all as well. Shukran for being here. I hope you feel Lucy. All right, shukran. Basit, Assalamu alaikum. You're doing it. You just check. At your service, says wassalam. Kya baat hai. At your service, I like it. Fahad, I'm doing well. Shukran. Allah be praised. Yeah. Sarmad Hossein Gorsi Kuchar. Kya baat hai, yaar. Kya baat hai. AKA, for those who don't know Sarmad, a local legend, AKA Piro. You're doing it, Sarmad. You're doing it. Yaar, Geo, Mary Jaan. Right, so, Shukran. Allah be praised, people. A late Eid Mubarak. Yep, to all of you. Right, a late Eid Mubarak, a very belated and very blessed Eid Mubarak to all of you guys. Yeah, let's, on that note, a few thoughts on Ramadan. today what I wanted to do was, because it's been ages, I wanted to go over um, some verses of the Quran from Surah Balad. And in light of this theme that the answers are within us, or within you, we carry the answers within us. And then I thought, some reflections and greetings, and then get on, the live guests, try to speak to whoever we can tonight, try to dedicate most of the portion to that. So, okay, let's take a look. First of all, what are some Allahu Akbar. Love from Bangladesh. Mahir, likewise. Right back at you. There's a lot of love I've seen online coming from Bangladesh. May Allah bless all the people there. Ameen. I've also noticed there's quite a rise in the school of Medina, the Maliki Madhab in Bangladesh. Wow, kya baat hai, huh? This it's definitely interesting. Shafayat looking quite a shukran. Muchas gracias, hermano. Muchas gracias. Right. Capo Khan Mufti G. My G, I hope you're buying the dip. Yeah, crypto people, I saw the people going, oh my God, crypto's crashing. I don't know if it's really crashing. I don't think it's crashing. It's obviously dipped. But we are, it is a bearish market, and it's been anticipated. In fact, when I spoke to some people, including Sheikh Sajjad, who is always ever so camera shy, unfortunately, but we have the most amazing conversations, off air. But when we spoke also about crypto earlier this year, I remember him also telling me that if you guys recall when there was a dip, and I think it was late last year, was it into January, or maybe it was December time? I can't recall now, but I remember him saying to me that, right, what's going to happen is, he was just explaining his theory, and he was saying that, look, things will slightly normalize, but they will dip again. And he actually said to me, you know what, now this is making it highly suspicious, because the predictions are so he said it will be towards the middle of the year. So there you are, in May now. And he said to me that they will probably pick up, really, you're looking earliest end of the year, or early next year. And he was explaining his reasoning. And when you think about it, look, the crypto market is, in fact, I saw a meme, where it said early 2021, Bitcoin at 30 grand and everybody's partying. And then it said 2022, crypto at 30 grand, and this guy's like really depressed. Insan, yaar, insan. Allah. Yaar, insan. It's very difficult to bring contentment to the heart of insan. An epic hadith, لو كان لابن آدم واد من ذهب. This hadith, you can seriously write it in gold. That لو كان لابن آدم واد من ذهب. That if the son of Adam, or here it just means human beings, it doesn't mean men specifically, but it says that if the son of Adam was to have a valley of gold, a whole valley, a whole valley. I mean, have you ever gone hiking in a valley? Kya baat hai, yaar. A whole valley of gold, latamanna yakuna lahu akhar. The only thing that would come out of his mouth is, yeah, Layth. Gosh, I wish I only had another. This is the insatiable, the unquenchable thirst of Bani Adam. It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, so what's this? Let's a super or a sticker. Shukran, Rifi Johnston. May Allah bless you, keep you smiling. Shukran, shukran for the love. What goes up must always come down. What a statement. It can fit in many walks of life. What goes up must always come down. Kya baat hai, Nathaniel? Wah, wahan waha, as in Arabic. You're doing it. So, right, salam, people. Rahim, ahlan wa sahlan. Wouldn't the price of gold crash if there's an actual value of gold? It depends. I mean, what do the reserves hold? I don't know how much gold the reserves hold. What does Fort Knox contain? Or yeah, I think obviously the Hadith is just an allegory. It's not literal, but the value of something is always based on the good old law of supply and demand. People, basic economics. So, as long as the demand exceeds the supply, the price will always be going up. So that's the direction. What's this? Even investment in a relationship. So we have some broken, al-qulub al-munkasira. The broken hearts are in our midst, people. Should make dua for these people. Huh? Masakin, the masakin al-hub and the fuqara. Wa fuqara al-wud. Allah, Allah, Allah. Not wood, wood. In Arabic, wow, fuqara al-wud. The people of love. As in the words of Mutanabbi, he says, لو نلنا منك الود فالباقي هين وكل الذي فوق التراب تراب. Allah. He says, if we attain your love, then the rest is nothing. We'll handle the rest, yeah. We'll handle it, man. He says, وَكُلُّ الَّذِي فَوْقَ التُّرَابِ تُرَابُ. He says, everything you see above the dust is in reality simply dust, because that's all it will ultimately be reduced to. Very profound poem by, in poetry, there's always wisdom. You can't go wrong if you're investing your time in poetry. Walker Robinson, it's been a long time, Mufti. Well, shukran for joining us. A few people from Pakistan here today. I hear Sajad saying we've got a few. Acha, well, marhaban. Marhaban, people, marhaban. What's that poem? وأيقنت أن الطرف قد قال مرحبا وأهلا وسهلا بالحبيب المتيم. What a poem. What a poem. That's a poem. We had, who was it? We didn't have his name. At your service in the plight of love. That's a poem all about love. All about love, man. Love. It's epic. It's a very from the early Islamic era, and people ain't so sure some who they attribute it to. There's diverse opinions, but the poem is amazing. Some people attribute it to Yazid, but the poem itself is phenomenal. Phenomenal Arabic. Allah. Even that's one of the final lines, that وَأَيْقَنْتُ أَنَّ الطَّرْفَ قَدْ قَالَ مَرْحَبًا. He said that I was certain that her eyes said marhaban, that welcome, wa ahlan wa sahlan bil habib al mutayyami. And well, because the story that the poet kind of sketches is that he turns up and she's amongst her family, but she kind of sneakingly welcomes him with the eyes. But it's an epic. He has so much in there. You know, it's the one where he says, وَلَوْ قَبْلَ مَبْكَاهَا بَكَيْتُ صَبَابَةً لَكُنْتُ شَفِيتُ النَّفْسَ قَبْلَ التَّنَدُّمِ. That if only, because what he's saying at one point is he must obviously be, they must be separating, or he must have come to complain, or they must, but she starts crying. It's the emotion, man, the emotion. Bhavanai, the emotion take over. So she starts crying. And he says, that he says that if only I had cried first. You see, that لو قبل مبكاها, before she had started to cry, that if only I had cried before then, I would have, had my heart's content. لكن بكت قبلي فهيج لي البكاء بكاها فقلت الفضل للمتقدم. Allah. He says, but she cried before me, and then her crying made me cry. Kya connection hai yaar? This is a connection. He says, so I had to admit that the credit goes to the one who got there first. فقلت الفضل للمتقدم. True, people, the one who gets there first. And it is in that poem, he also has, you guys have reminded me now. Kya baat hai. He says, he's kind of illustrating a description, and he's dividing that he's claiming that it's not fair, the relationship. So he says, look at what she gets and look at what I get. So he says, لها حكم لقمان وسورة يوسف ونغمة داوود وعفة مريم. Allah, look at all of these qualities, huh? Todos estas cualidades son para ellas. Well, I have to practice the Spanish, people. So all of these qualities are for her. He says, Laha hukmu Luqman, and she gets the judgment of Luqman, the wise in the Quran. Wa Surah to Yusufin, the beauty, the unimaginable beauty of Yusuf alayhi salam. She gets this form. Wa naghmatu Dawoodin, and the rhythm of the kind of rhythmic melody of Dawood alayhi salam, wa'ifatu Maryam, and the chastity of Maryam. So all these prophetic archetypal qualities she gets. And he says, Wali, and I get. Kya baat. He says, Wali huznu Ya'qubin ووحشة يونس وآلام أيوب وحسرة آدم. He says, and what do I get? ¿Cuáles son para mí? What are these qualities for? He says, I get the sorrow of Yaqub, of Jacob. I get the loneliness of Yunus. I get the suffering of Ayub, and I get the hasra to Adam, and I get the kind of sighs and the if only of Adam. Look at the division. Wow, what a poem, huh? What a poem. It's something a bit like that in Urdu once. A part of it that I heard once where it says, "Tere ishq mein e yaar humne kya kya na kiya." तेरे इश्क में ए यार हमने क्या क्या ना किया सब्र अय्यूब किया गिरिया याकूब किया wow. He says, what did we not do in your love? We kind of had the patience of Ayyub and the crying of Yaqub. But yeah, that's poetry, people. Poetry. Wow. So where have we got to? Right. All right. So let's see what's preoccupying the thoughts of you precious people. Before we do that, let's take a look at some verses of the Quran from Surah Balad. Um, uh, let's see, Mufti, I've got the wife with me today. Yeah, Kahor. Watching, she thinks you're different looking. Abam hair different. We are different. What can we do? Allah has created us all differently. We should embrace that difference gracefully. That's what we should do. Allah. Danielle, I caught you live. I'm good. Shukran, shukran. Muchas gracias. That's all right. So let's take a look at some verses and then we'll share some thoughts on Ramadan. Actually, you know what? Let's share some thoughts on Ramadan actually, because I'd had a few. I wanted to, it's been a while. I was hoping to do a live stream towards the end of Ramadan, but I just got too distracted, held up. You know, this Ramadan, I really did feel just something about the ambience being special. Yeah. And it was by, you know, it has nothing to do with me. I wish that would just be me trying to rinse to blag it. There's nothing to do with me, not my spirituality. It's not, you know, from my side, I would just consider myself slacking as always. But I felt there was something, a connection, something I hadn't felt in several years, honestly. Wallahi, I must say, for a good number of years now, I hadn't felt what I felt. And it was, there was just something about the ambience, something special. And that, beyond words, it was, and I was surprised. I'll be honest with you. I was surprised how it, the kind of emotion it evoked in me. I was, it's really something. And even with Eid, a special kind of barakah, and it's not something which I feel it's around or restricted to me. It's something I was feeling as in a part of, but is out there, enveloping everyone. Yeah. May Allah bless everyone and really allow us to tune in intuitively to to these things. You know, people, we speak sometimes about barakat and whatever, however we want to understand them, whether we want to understand them as as positivity, as a vibe, as an ambience, as a kind of intuitive warmth that is there, a kind of almost like a cosmic compassion that engulfs you. These things, you know, at times people, their consciousness together about something gives rise to a specialness about that time or place. You know, the ulema in the past would write about baraka zamaniya and baraka makaniya, that there are places that are blessed and there are times that are blessed. And one way of looking at that is, and I'll tell you who speaks about it as well from a psychology perspective, is Dr. Rupert Sheldrake speaks about it quite a bit. That people can give, if several people have a consciousness about something, because that is the ruh. If they hone in their consciousness and kind of bring into it or lower it to an object of focus, whatever that is, like in this case, whether it's a place, you're at a holy place, or you're in what is a blessed or holy time, and people bring their consciousness to it, this changes the atmosphere and it can be felt. And this, you know, it's interesting, is studies have been done on this from a psychological perspective of how people in certain places, that there is something about certain places. And what is it that, obviously this has then been the question that psychologists have looked at, that what is it then? And you know, this is one way of looking at it, that it's actually the people giving rise because of the arwah junud mujannada. There is a connect. But yeah, so so I thought I'd share that. And you know, if the Ramadan, because we're just speaking on Ramadan, that if we feel we slacked, if there's, you know, there will be many people who, I definitely slacked, but I'm saying there will be many people that may feel bad. They may feel, oh, you know, I didn't really do this, or maybe I didn't keep fasts, or maybe I didn't, you know, don't drown yourself in guilt. It's not you see, this faith is not about guilt. That's a very Christian way of looking at things. This deen, sure, it's about acknowledgement, recognition, awareness that, yeah, I didn't give it my best. I can definitely say that, but it doesn't matter. You see, that awareness is enough. You see, it's just, these are lessons we take for the future. Then next time, we'll do it next time. You know, the future's always bright. If a person feels that I missed out on an opportunity, well, it's gone now. The acknowledgement, the awareness, and then with that, you look forward to the next opportunity. You think, okay, you know what? Next time. Well, you know, we'll kill it next time. And so that's really how this faith is. It is a caravan of hope. It is not about Um, just it's definitely not about guilt, and it's not about just being down about things. Oh my God, I feel I missed out, or I feel sure, you recognize that, and then you move to and you look forward to the next thing to do better, inshallah. Yeah. I'll share something else with you guys. This Ramadan, I came across an orator, a preacher, a Maulana. Yeah. And check this. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. This is in Urdu speaking. I don't really listen to many Urdu speeches. Okay. Not that this is just me. I'm not saying they're bad or there's anything. I have, of course, Allama Ghamidi Saab's. I've always heard many of his in the past, and I may have heard some from some scholars here and there, but I don't really have that. I don't know. I just don't find it. I don't know. I don't want to say. I find sometimes some parts of the world are just so embroiled in sectarianism, and they don't. I just don't find it doesn't myself or my soul harmonizing with it. And maybe that's my fault, yeah. But I just don't find it like that. And I've heard, as you can imagine, so many in the past. But I came across a Maulana, Dr. Suleman Misbahi, Saad. May Allah bless him, honestly. I came across him just perchance. I wasn't looking for him or anything. There was actually a poem. He had a poem, and that's what came up. And I thought, oh, this is an interesting poem. It's an epic poem, actually. He says, he's speaking about somebody saying that to God, that hamari bewafai par itna, something like hamari bewafai par itna pyar mila, hum bawafa hote to kya hote, something like this. That that somebody saying to God that we're so ungrateful and unfaithful to you, and despite that you love us so much. What would it be like if we were to be faithful? And he says, and then the person gets this reply that dil to kya cheez hai, hum ruhon mein utre hote, तूने चाहा ही नहीं चाहने वालों की तरह. Allah. So I saw this. It was on it was just like a short, like a 30-second clip or something. And I thought, wow, kya baat hai. I thought, let me find it. So I found it. And then there's a speech with it. I didn't realize it's Maulana Dr. Suleman Misbahi. So this was in Ramadan. It was probably like halfway through, just gone beyond halfway of Ramadan. And so now that I watched it, YouTube started bringing up, the algorithm. It started bringing up some talks of his for me. And so it accidentally played the talk. And I just heard it. Like it was just playing, and I started listening to it. Man, I was so struck by this Maulana's speech. Honestly, I don't think I've been that struck by. They were just, and then I, as a, because I was like, just wow, like I became so, like I was so moved by him. And then like another speech came on, and so one of the days after that, I was driving, and you know how YouTube just plays the next thing and the next thing, and so it played a speech of his, short, like something like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, something like this, and I'm just driving, and it played this thing, and I thought, oh well, okay, it's just playing, and so let it play. And so honestly, I was so let me share an incident that he was saying in this, and I'll give you an example why how it really moved me, man. Um, it brought tears to my eyes. I'm not gonna lie that so here's the incident that the Maulana was saying. This was one. So he's speaking about some incident from Pakistan, some um, karamat. So Dr. Misbahi Saab is he's from the main Brailwi Sufi denomination, and so a lot of his speeches are generally like they may have some folk kind of tradition narratives in them. So they'll speak about saints and they'll speak about stuff, but it's not all of his speeches, the ones that I've heard anyway, they all seem to be just focused on the message of humanity, love, gratitude, um, just like sincerity, and it's just it's not that they come across, they are so strikingly sincere. So coming to this story anyway that I heard, he's speaking about some wali of God, some very saintly figure who's in Pakistan, contemporary, I believe, or maybe just of the recent past. So he's on a bus. Now this bus is going, and the person says to the driver that stop the bus, I need to pray Salah. So the driver ignores him, and he says it a couple of times. And then he gets upset and he yells it. He says, stop the bus, bus roko, dramatically. So the driver says, look, I'll tell you what, we'll put it to a vote. So if the majority of the passengers say, let's stop for Salah, we'll stop for Salah. So they put it to the vote, and only 3-4 people say, yeah, we want to pray. So the majority don't. Now, this saintly figure, whoever he is, or this pious person, he gets into a state of jalal. He's like he gets into a rage, and then he says, this vehicle will stop. And as he says it, the bus stops. So I'm thinking, okay, so this is like a normal karamat story, the like a miracle kind of story. So this person gets off, he does his wudu, the driver can't seem to fix the bus, they're looking at it, they can't seem to get it to start. This person praises or does his wudu, bitmitnan, with tranquility. Then he praises Salah with tranquility. Then he boards the bus, and as he boards the bus, it starts again. So I thought, listening to this, I was driving, I thought, okay, so this is the usual kind of folk tradition kind of stories that we've heard loads in Pakistan and in different parts of the world. So he says now the bus arrives at its destination, wherever, Rawalpindi, or I can't remember where he said now. And he says, and so this pious person is going to see his Pir Sahib, his Sheikh. So he turns up, and his Sheikh is in the courtyard of the mosque. And as he comes in, he says the Sheikh gives him a slap across his face. And so now I'm listening to the story, and he says, and the Sheikh said to him, is this why God granted you this gift? That you may inconvenience his creation. And he says that, like he says in Urdu, he says, namaz to baad mein bhi padh sakte the. You could have, Salah is something you could have prayed afterwards. Or it was something, if you really wanted to, you could have prayed on the bus. This, I totally was not expecting this spin. He said that on the bus, there were people who were ill. There were people going to see loved ones. There was people that were late to get somewhere. There were people that needed to attend a funeral. There were people that, how dare you inconvenience these people at the price and the cost of your piety? Now, wow, I just was not expecting this twist to this story. I mean, honestly, really, because the thing was that, you see, the real message has always been serving humanity. That's what it's always been, and having compassion for humanity. So I was really struck by, and I have to say, I'm really grateful, because I think I would probably, especially during Ramadan, I would listen to, probably at least one or two, brief clips of Maulana Saab every day or every other day. And they've really added a very different flavor to that part of Ramadan. But I started to psychologize it. Like, that's the psychologist in me. I was thinking that, why am I so struck by this, Maulana? Like, I don't get it. Like, what's so, because in between, some other YouTube would bring up another Maulana speech, and I would listen to it, and nah, I would just switch it off. So I started to analyze, and I couldn't help but analyze and think, well, what makes it so special? And I think I narrowed out certain factors. That, one, it was, there seems to be, one, his tone is very soothing, but so that's definitely a huge positive point. More importantly, his message was not fire and brimstones. It was not, the scary, not what I heard anyway. They weren't. It was all about love of God and gratitude. And it made you just want to be a better person. And then there's, the icing that I analyzed, honestly, was he would often, the majority of the time in his talk, he would smile. And I thought that, that's so rare. Now, it's so common sense, but it's so rare finding people who smile so much, especially within the Islamic, stratosphere, should we say. So, yeah. So anyway, I thought I got carried away. So I thought I ended up sharing that with you guys. But yeah, those of you that understand Urdu are more than welcome to definitely check him out. Right, let me just take a look at some comments. Welcome back, Anas. You're doing it. Shukran. What are your thoughts on Ahmed Deedat? Ahmed Deedat was amazing, unquestionably, in his arena. Sure, of course, he was an amazing figure. You see, everything in his day and age, everything in the person's day and age, like, keep things always relevant. Ahmed Deedat was a great polemicist, a great debater. He was witty, he was funny when he needed to be. He was firm, he had a photographic memory. He provided Muslims, he completed a void that needed to be completed in his day and age. And that said, I don't believe today, in our day and age, his thing is at the forefront of our concerns, because his point was really all about getting back at Christians, because the Christians in his day and age, remember, you're going back 4 decades almost. The kind of evangelic Christians were very hardcore. They were making claims against Muslims. Nobody had stood up to them, and he did. And I remember because I worked in an institute many years ago that was that he had kind of laid the foundations for, IDCI, Islamic Vision. So IDCI was really Ahmed Deedat. And so that gave me at the time, this is going decades ago now, but it gave me access to all his materials. And I would just watch his videos all the time on lunch breaks, on whatever. And so I got through so much of his material. And it was epic. But it's like he says in one of his books, I think it was it The Choice, or I can't remember, but he says in one of his books that 30 or 40 years ago, one of the Christians, he got into a debate with them, or somebody got into a debate with them, and they said that, you know, your scripture has discrepancies, as in the Muslim said to them, and the person handed them a Bible and said, show me one discrepancy. And he says, well, after my years of service, I believe I've answered that question. And yeah, and that is a servitude. But in this day and age now, I don't think our goal is to debate Christians. The time has moved on. I still see sometimes some people saying, oh, let's debate Christians. I don't see what the point is. Why do you want to debate Christians in this day and age? You know, they are your fellow believers in scripture. They are Ahlul Kitab. We are in an age where really the question is of faith versus a lack of faith. It's no longer about Muslims versus Christians, and it shouldn't be like that. That's my thoughts. Okay. All right. So cool. Somebody said Hamza Zigar. Let me see. You'd like to study Maliki fiqh. All right. All right. Imam Kazi. Ahlan wa sahlan. Marhaban. Right. It's good to see you on here. May Allah keep you blessed and smiling. Ameen. It's been ages. All right. I was going to, let's take a look at a few verses. And then what I'll do is I'll share the link, and then you're more than welcome to jump on, whoever wants to jump on. I was taking a look at Surah Al-Balad, and I thought, you know what, let's share this, share some thoughts on it. So just the first 10 verses, and focusing more so on the latter, that أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لا أقسم بهذا البلد. Now, you see, Allah is taking an oath, swearing by this sacred region. And that is, as most people feel, Makkah in this verse. And one of the reasons is because the sanctity that it provided. And if you just go back to what I was saying, that a place and its specialness and the consciousness that people bring to it adds to the ambience. So people, even in Jahiliyyah time, they acknowledge this sanctity and sacredness of the Haram of Mecca, and people were safe in it. You know, if somebody was after you, you could take sanctuary in it. No person could be harmed in it. A person could not be chased around in it. A person could not be attacked or assaulted or insulted in it. Now, sometimes people, I'm not saying they never violated those conditions, but generally that was this whole serenity. And Allah swears by it. وَأَنْتَ حِلٌّ بِهَذَا الْبَلَدِ. And you are in a state of liberty and ease and permissibility. Like you are in this state, in this balad, in this region, in the haram. This is addressing the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But then it moves on. وَوَالِدٍ وَمَا وَلَدٍ. Allah. you know, you know, the verse is beginning from the region, from the soil. There is a specialness, I guess, the sanctity to that, how it gives life. And then honing in on insan. Wa walidim wa ma walad. And the parent and the child. What ma walad, what has been born, and the child that's been born. One perspective is just the phenomenon itself of reproduction, but it's much more than that. Wa walidim wa ma walad. Because Allah does not say just wa walad, wa ma walad. The parent, by giving birth to the child, gives birth to more than just the child. They give birth to a bond. You see, the whole of something is greater than the sum of its parts. The parent, the child, but there is a bond, a mysterious bond between them. Because if you think about it, we all, we come into this world, we are all somehow connected. Yet we come as, in relation to one another, we appear on this stage of this arena, of this dunya. We are somebody's child, somebody's parent, somebody's sibling, we are placed in relation to one another. And with it, there is an overwhelming, profound sensation of this bond that has in itself a sanctity that can't be violated. It's wow. You've gone from the balad with the consciousness, something that gives rise to this sacredness, the ease and liberty that is being felt in this soil, to the parent and not just the child, but the mysterious bond that is born with them. See, it is much greater than just what we see in nature. Something so spectacular. Because if you are to reduce it into words, what you see, sure, you could try to rationalize, it's just, somebody has, given birth, so, but it's much, the words, they don't really describe the experience of the bond. And especially in that time, really in every time, but in that time where the kind of fraternity of relation was so important. لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي كَبَدٍ. That we have created insan. Now this is interesting. Kabad, right, what does kabad mean? Now, people have disagreed. Because kabad in and of itself actually means i'tidal, something that is like a straightening, something that is mustaqim, and it is just upright, upstanding. That is what kabad is. Some people said, well, maybe it means, it's from the verb mukabada, to kind of struggle against something. It's like you stand against something, so it's a struggle. And so some people translate this as, insan has been created in a suffering, in a state of toil, in a state of struggle, in a state of sure. And that's one way of looking at it. But one way of looking at it is closer to its original meaning, that insan in their fitrah has been placed with this upstandingness that they, if left, will gradually spring back to the fitrah of goodness, that we have it within us, that we may, people may be evil at times, people may be horrible, people may be malicious and malignant, but if not corrupted beyond and polluted and contaminated beyond measure, insan will return to his or her fitrah of goodness. People left to their devices want to do good. You have to believe that, because it's just we get polluted by our maybe immediate experiences. أَيَحْسَبُ أَن لَن يَقْدِرَ عَلَيْهِ أَحَدٌ. Allah. Does insan think that nobody will, or that no one will overpower him or her? And this, see, it's interesting, because from one perspective, this verse can reflect the arrogance and stubbornness of insan, that forgetting our humble origins, on one hand, it can reflect that. On another hand, it can reflect the potential that God has placed within us, that we can reach such heights that we may think no one can incapacitate us at this height. That is the potential that God has allowed within insan. I mean, just look at that, even in a verse. This is the beauty of the Quran. Allah. Even in a verse that may appear somewhat reprimanding, may appear, as in it may have a dash of a reprimand almost, like, أَيَحْسَبُ, is this what insan thinks? أَن لَن يَقْدِرَ عَلَيْهِ أَحَدٌ. But the same verse with a hint of reprimand in it reflects this horizon of potential that Allah has bestowed in insan, that that this is where the insan could reach such heights that he could think, man, no one can incapacitate me at this height. That I'm just doing it in life. Wow, honestly. Wow. Alam naj'al lahu 'aynayn. You see this, did we not give him and her 2 eyes? It's amazing. I was listening to a lecture. It's definitely recommended. I think it was in Cambridge. It's on YouTube by Dr. Jordan Peterson. And it was all about perception. And he was just speaking about the challenges of AI when it came to perception. That how do you distinguish between things? How do you... And he says, well, in many ways, people thought it was common sense. They thought it was simple. But he said, like, let's say you look at things in your field of vision and you can see differences. So I can see, well, this screen, it stops there, and then, that starts over there, and there's this item over here, and there's a cup over there, and there's a glass over there. And I can see that where something starts and where something stops. And I could see it's a different thing. But then light impacts the demarcating factors. But also, he said, let's say you zoomed into a picture, you zoom into it, at a point it just gets blurry. So when you're zoomed in, you can't tell, even though there's different shades, you can't tell with something, what is that something, or where does it, is that a separate thing to the same thing? When it becomes really pixelated, you have to zoom back out and realize, oh, okay, that was the cup, and that over there was the book, and that was, you see, so it's with AI and perception that this problem really came to the forefront with technology. That how do you expect computers to recognize that? So bringing it back, alam naj'al lahu aynayn, did we not give insan eyes to see with? Wa lisanan wa shafatayn. Allah. Wa lisan, and a tongue for expression. Wa shafatayn, and lips. See, not only was this created in a optimally for expression, it was with, mesmerizing aesthetics, a sense of beauty. وَلِسَانُ وَشَفَتَيْنِ وَهَدَيْنَاهُ النَّجْدَيْنِ. Allah. That's the 10th verse. This is the zeroing in or honing in on this last verse. وَهَدَيْنَاهُ النَّجْدَيْنِ. And we guided him to these two, now these kind of mounts, or these regions or territories, or some people said paths. Okay. And what is it? What are these najdain? These two lofty things, or these risen, rough. And a najd in Arabic is like the highlands, this terrain. وَهَدَيْنَاهُ. We guided them to the two. And most of the Mufassirin here say that this is, that Hadaynahu Najdain is for good and bad. But the interesting thing here, and I want us to just notice this, is both of them are described as these kind of lands that you have to get to. And they're both described equally. You see, good and bad. It's not, it's not in this sense that one is made so much, people may say, well, oh, it was difficult. It's difficult doing good things or helping people, or it's difficult. The other one is just as difficult. Just as difficult. Hadaynahu najdayn. Maybe it's a different type of difficulty. Maybe it, it seems easy not to show compassion, not to show kindness, not to show, but maybe it doesn't. So for example, it saves on your time. Maybe it saves on your wealth. Maybe it saves on your whatever it is, on whatever is the object here that could have been used to help, or to, even if it was just a smile, even if it was just any form of compassion. But the opposite, even though you may think, oh, I saved something here, it may be more taxing and weighing down with a darkness from within. So I wanted to share these, but there was something I thought, when I was reading this, I thought it's amazing that there were certain ways to also see another understanding in some of these verses. And that was just going back to verse 4, لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي كَبَدٍ, that we created insan in this state where he can always come back. The voice is within him and her. that we have this within us. So sometimes in life, even if we're feeling so frustrated, so lost, so we just have to still the noise around us to listen in intuitively that أَيَحْسَبُ أَن لَّن يَقْدِرَ عَلَيْهِ أَحَدٌ. So sorry, I had missed this verse when I was reading that يَقُولُ أَهْلَكْتُ مَالًا لُبَدًا. You see, insan says, I have squandered so much wealth. أَيَحْسَبُ أَن لَّمْ يَرَهُ أَحَدٌ. That does he think, nobody, no one has seen him, and that God has. Alam naj'al lahu aynayn. But this, sorry, I'd missed these two verses out. Coming back to them, but another way to look at this as well is in life we may do something where maybe we've wasted our time on a certain project. Maybe somebody started a business and they've it's a flop. They've tried, they've done this, they've done that. Maybe somebody started a particular area of interest in life and it just didn't work out. Maybe somebody started a relationship. Maybe somebody invested in something else. You see, يَقُولُ أَهْلَكْتُ مَالًا لُبَدًا. Insan may say, I've spent so much in this pursuit. I can't give it up. Let's say something has already hit failure, but you can't give it up in life because there is this stubborn tenacity that what will people say? Or, I did all of this. I have to prove myself. That so here it says malan and all kind. Mal can also be from your skill set. It can also be, that is also your wealth. Your time is also from your wealth. Your health is also from your wealth. A person could say, I've squandered so much of what I have in this. I need to prove it. But you may know that it's wrong, like as in, I need to quit, whatever that thing is. أَيَحْسَبُ أَن لَّمْ يَرَهُ أَحَدٌ. Often all we need is some recognition. And that's enough. Insan, that's how insan is. We want to be recognized sometimes for what we've done. So one way of looking at these verses, the other, what we've already covered in أَيَحْسَبُ أَن لَّمْ يَرَهُ أَحَدٌ, do they think that God didn't see them? That's if it was in a negative light. But one way to look at it is in a positive light. See, if nobody saw you whilst you tried, whilst you put your back into something, know that Allah did see you. The fact that you wanted somebody, you just wanted to know that did somebody see me, that I did all of this effort. Allah saw you. That's enough. So in a negative sense, it could be where people are doing things wrong, but even in a positive sense, where people are trying and they're breaking their backs and but they realize something's failing and they just don't have the courage to go back, and they're almost sinking with their ship because maybe they feel that they need some recognition. This verse could be understood in that sense as well. It gives that intimation as well that Allah saw you. Hasbuk. It is hasbuk Allah. So wow. So this was something that I thought I was reading it and I thought, let me share it with you guys. I hope it's of some help. Right, guys, I'm going to share the link, and that should let you guys join in. What's going on here? Okay. Right, so I missed a super chat. So, Ahmed Imam, I would like to know your perspective on mathematical patterns in the Quran. What do you have to say about that? Like, how is that humanly possible? Shukran, Ahmed Imam. What a name, huh? Ahmed Imam. Mathematical patterns in the Quran. I think it truly is. It's amazing seeing these patterns. It really feels just it adds to the wonder of the Quran. And I remember seeing a few and where people will say things like how verses that begin with certain how there is an equal number of day mentioned that is paralleled with an equal number of night in the Quran, how Allah will mention this. There's a mathematical, like a rhythm to so many salient features within the Quran that it just seems just incomprehensible to have put that together with such design. I mean, if somebody did, it would be, whoa, that is a genius in and of itself. That's how amazing some of these seem. And I remember going through some a while back, and you could just go onto YouTube. In fact, there was a video by Noman Ali Khan as well once where he was speaking. It was an old video. What did he call it? I think he called them ring patterns in certain surahs or ring surahs or something. And what he meant by that was that certain verses, certain surahs begin with let's say the first verse is speaking about God's glory, then the last verse speaks about God's glory, second verse, let's say, speaks about believers, the last verse speaks about disbelievers, the third verse, let's say, speaks about the day, then the third to last speaks about the night, as an example, I'm just saying. So he says the themes, they kind of mirror each other, and that's so spectacular. He's going, I can't recall which surah he's going through now. I heard it a very long time ago, but I think unless it was Surah Mulk, or was it, but I'm sure you can find it on YouTube. So these things are definitely just, jaw-dropping and mesmerizing, but I think these things add wonder to our faith in God and to the Quran. I don't think these things are the proof for the existence of God. Because then, you see, the problem then, because I've heard people say in the past that, this is a proof that there is a God, because otherwise, this is humanly impossible. I just feel that the problem with such huge claims, because when you say that, then people, they will start, like, they'll say, well, this book has this in it and it has this in it. And I've heard all these things about, certain other books. So, this kind of rhythmic melody that is found in certain books, and certain patterns and mathematical anomalies spring out. And so does it make every book that does something like that proof for a particular god? Or so I just feel these claims are not, we shouldn't go about using them as this is the proof for the existence of God, but we should allow ourselves to revel in these, and marvel in the wonder of the Quran. So it basically, it adds flavor, it helps, it kind of sprinkles wonder on our faith and brings us to life. That's what they should be used for, not to say, well, let me argue against an atheist that, did you know the letter Qaf appears the most number of times in Surah Qaf? I mean, the person would just go like, and what? So I don't think, yeah, that's my perspective. Yeah, because also just adding to that, there is the concept of patternicity in psychology that you see human beings, we see patterns, especially if we put our mind to something. And just as we, if you stare at clouds, you will see faces in them and you'll see shapes, and all of a sudden you can see things. And that's a human um, a tendency to see patterns and project familiarity onto such abstractions like the clouds and things like, or even if you are looking for seeking patterns, you can often find patterns. So just keeping that in mind. Yeah. Let me share the link, people. Right. So there's the link. It's gone out. All right. Oh, I got a super chat. Let me just right. Thinker, what could be done to advance ummah into philosophical thought, I take it? Well, Thinker, I don't know if I don't, it's not the ummah's goal to become philosophers. And quite honestly understood that, look, humanity for the most part will not be philosophers. And they won't even be, unfortunately, deep thinkers. And I guess that's okay, because I guess we are who we are, right? Not everybody has to be a polemicist or a philosopher or a. I don't think people can as well. I don't think people have the capacity. There was it was a great book by, what's his name? I think his name's, is it Howard Gardner, and it's on multiple intelligences, and he's on YouTube as well. And he's got a bunch of different lectures. He's got some TED talks and stuff, and it's really fascinating because he's speaking about multiple intelligences, and that up until not so long ago, we measured people's intelligence by two things really. One was linguistic ability, linguistic intelligence, and one was mathematical stroke logical intelligence. So how people solve problems, whether it's going to be mathematical or through shapes and patterns, and that falls under that. And then linguistic, words, how they picked out words, how they could do how. So this was how you measured. And he goes on to argue that actually there's many intelligences, whether there's going to be 8. I think in the book he may focus on 8, but in some of his talks he may say, look, they may be 10, they may be more, it doesn't matter. It's not about numbering them out, and he'll highlight what they are. Some of them, I mean, these, like, there'll be things like bodily kinesthetic intelligence, so how you can do certain things with with your body, as in skills, like how you may have certain craftsmanship. That is an intelligence. He says musical intelligence is a totally separate intelligence. It's really fascinating how he brings out several intelligences, how a pedagogical intelligence is a separate intelligence, how you can teach something. So they had studies on kids as young as 3-4-year-olds, as young as that, who, when they try to explain to kids that are their age or younger than them, they go into so much more detail than if they're trying to explain to a grown-up the same thing. Like, let's say a 4 or 5-year-old was doing something and now they're telling you how to do it. if they were telling an adult, they would just say, yeah, just do this and then do that. Like, because they would understand that the adult. But if they were explaining, let's say a 5-year-old was explaining to a 3-year-old, he would go into more detail because he or she would know that this child needs more explanation, and the ability to teach, this pedagogical intelligence, is a different kind of intelligence. Not everybody knows how to teach. See, people understand things, most people struggle in explaining them to other people. Another good intelligence that he highlights is you have interpersonal intelligence, how good you are with other people's skills, how good you are in reading people, how good you are in convincing people, how good you are in, and people use that to manipulate. People use that. All leaders need that. All kinds, whatever kind of a leader, whatever kind of somebody who tries to guide people must have very good people skills, this interpersonal skills in convincing people. Now, you could use it for the wrong, you could, a salesman to con people. See, he has good interpersonal skills. He can convince someone. And then he highlights intrapersonal skills within yourself, the ability to introspect, look within, is a form of intelligence. Then he speaks of existential intelligence, people who can grasp the great big questions, that can tackle them in life, that can think about the ultimate purposes. Many people may not have that intelligence, that they know good at that, but they may be good at something totally different. They may be somebody. So there's a lot of these things. Yeah. I would argue, although I think when I was going through his stuff, he doesn't agree with humor as being an intelligence, but I think considers it as part of the linguistic. But I would feel that humor is a separate intelligence, that we all have it, but not as good as necessarily each other. And I feel that some people would have, they would be more intelligent from a humor perspective than other people. And you see it with kids. Some kids just have a very good sense of humor since they're kids, sense of sarcasm. I see in Layla. She's now 10. I see this sarcasm, and some adults don't get sarcasm properly. So all of these things are very important in life, and we have to. And then there's a good question: should you invest in all of them, or should you just hone in on the ones you're good at? And I guess that's a debate. There was a very good post I saw once on Instagram, I think it was, where it said something that if you have trained your child how to handle business or be enterprising and see opportunity, like be commercially minded, and how to save money, and it says, if like great attributes from a worldly secular, from not secular, from a commercial perspective. Said if you've taught your child all of these things, like what business term means and how the stock market runs, or how, if you've taught your child things way ahead of normal children and many adults, but you haven't taught them how to handle emotions, or to handle a heartbreak, or how to read people. He said that then you haven't taught them how to succeed in life, because these things are the real things that will make or break people. They could be really good. I mean, not to belittle the other things. It's really great, giving your children a super head start with a business acumen. But if you haven't taught them these very essentials, then they're going to be in for a rough ride. Yeah, may Allah bless each and all. Ameen. Let's right, there's another super chat there, and then we've got some people who've joined in. I'll share the share the link again. This and that says, what's he doing in China? Well, I'm a man of the world. Allah. Reasoning philosophy, just a minute part of our being. What about this fact when we hear Quran recitation or even just anything, we hear about Allah, we get goosebumps. Why doesn't that happen spiritually in any other thing? Sure, I mean, it is to do with a connection that we have. And then something that is, I believe the term is numinous, this kind of awe-striking factor that is in these things, just as the starry heavens above. By staring into them, one can get goosebumps. They reflect, they shout and scream the awe and majesty of the divine, just as listening to the Quran can do that for some people. I mean, maybe it doesn't for other people, but this is not to judge. This is not to say if it doesn't do that for people, they are bad people or anything. These things are just our connection with something. And, may Allah inspire us all, because the verses we looked at today were وَهَدَيْنَاهُ النَّجْدَيْنِ. This is already within us, this voice. We just have to sometimes still everything to connect with it intuitively. I've got some people connected. If you can switch on your webcams, I'll put on my, should I connect? I put in, all right. Let me just, whilst I'm doing this, guys, if you can just switch on your webcam so I can see you. And till then, let me, have I not got, right, okay, I may need to, let me just connect this, make sure. Is that not? All right. Do I need to put this back in first and do it like that? Is that how it works? See, I forget. Yep, I think so. I think that should be about right. Yep. Okay, that should be done. All right, so I believe that's good to go. Let me just check. Okay, that says connected there. I just need to check that the audio here is audio. Where's the speakers? Yep, that's all good. Let me just do a little test. All right, that's come through. People, I'm sharing the link if you want to join. Feel free. I've just shared the link, but do switch on your webcam so I can see you. All right. Revan Shukran was, he looks like Logan. Wow, kya baat hai yaar, kya baat. Right, we've got Usama Ahmed. Usama Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum, Usama Ahmed.
Alaikum assalam. How are you doing?
Good. Kya baat hai. Where are you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm in Islamabad right now.
Islamabad. Wow, kya baat hai yaar, kya baat hai. So, talk to us, Usama. What's going on and what's preoccupying your? Share your thoughts with us.
Nothing much. The weather is very hot.
Yeah, there's so much going on in Pakistan. और आप आप weather की चिंता कर रहे हैं. There's so much going on. Talk to us about Pakistan. What is, yeah, what's going on with the politics? This just, I don't. I don't. By the way, I don't know which way you lean, but I saw that the Jalsa Imran Khan did was like super in Jhelum recently, and yeah, I don't know if you lean that way. By the way, so no pressure if you don't.
No, no
That's
problem.
okay. Yeah, I would a random question. I was curious, and then we can switch off this. I was
Okay.
really curious with the Pakistan thing that, you know, Imran Khan's party, they've resigned, haven't they? I think like 130 seats or 120
Yes.
something seats on istifa de diye, so they've resigned. So the
Yes.
question, so I was curious that can Parliament continue if they've got so many seats empty? Don't they? Because how does it? Because doesn't it need all the seats to vote or to operate? Does it not? This is probably my ignorance now, but I thought that if that many seats, because if one person, let's say one MP was resigned or he passes away or she leaves the post, they usually just do a by-election for one person. But if you've got 100 plus missing, you can't just do by-elections for 100, so you have to just do the whole elections, I thought. But yeah, so what is that one question? Because I don't know if you know the answer to that, but
Actually, like there is some sort of, I think, majority. Like there is a defined number of seat that if this number of seat people resign from, then we will have a full election.
oh, okay.
So I don't think that current,
It's that amount.
yeah,
Okay. So we can still operate.
yeah,
Parliament
I
can
think
operate
so.
without so many. Okay, sure. That was just a random question. I don't mean to drop politics
Okay,
on you,
no,
yar. You're like,
no
yar,
problem.
main to yahan pe aayan." This guy's just putting me into politics. Kham kha.
Okay.
Talk to us, Osama. What's on your mind, man? What? Share some thoughts with us.
I don't have anything in my mind basically.
Acha, wow. What a mind,
Yeah.
yaar. That's so, and itna khali, that is so empty and so at peace.
Yes.
Wow, wow, I like it. I like it.
So like if you're okay to tell about like your journey to become Mufti
Hmm.
a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Because I've got other videos on it anyway. But yeah. I mean, it's one of the. It is definitely, look. It's the hands down. It is the best thing that ever you know happened in my life because it shaped the rest of my life in what it was, what it was to bring, what it was to do, what I was to experience. It just changed everything. So it's amazing. Sometimes we take a step and we don't know where the path will go. It's a bit like how Rumi says that you just take a step and the path appears. It's like that, and like the verse we looked at today, Hadaynahum Najdain, that Allah, we have this inner voice, this inner intuition sometimes guiding us. But yeah, I began my studies a long time ago. I got really interested. It must have been 1997 or something, and I was a teenager. I started studying Arabic. I didn't have much going on in life at the time for me. So so I really got interested and just managed to stay focused, because this is another issue today. I feel that our attention is so divided that, and I can be a victim of that as well, that I think it's so easy to grab our attention that we then get depleted. We run out of, we get exhausted. But in that day and age, I didn't have many things grabbing my attention. So I managed to really just lock in with Arabic, and then I went off to Damascus, Syria to study. I must have studied there about a year and a half, and I really wanted to do hifz. And even that was just an idea that somebody just planted in my heart. I was reading some books with somebody, a friend stroke ustad in Damascus. He was Tunisian, and we were reading Asbab al-Nuzul and Jalaluddin Asyuti's book. And he just made a comment, like he said, this is all good, but really, he said, if a person hasn't even memorized, he just said it. It must have been early in the morning, and he probably was, he just said it, never thought about it. He just said, he said, if a person hasn't even memorized the Quran, then can they ever truly be like a scholar of Islam? He just made a comment like this, and it's like, वो बात मेरे मन में बैठ गई यार, that
कबूलियत का वक्त था.
I thought, you know what, it hit me that I just felt to myself, yeah, man, like I thought, what? Because I really wanted to become like somebody, like to really learn about Islam and become a scholar within Islam. I really wanted this, and in my heart, with sincerity, not with, this is way before social media has existed. There is no Facebook, there is no internet at this point, really, when I'm, there is internet, but nobody's really using it. So this is going like 1998. I mean, you wouldn't have, the internet was invented, but I'd never heard of emails. I don't think the first time I ever came across an email, I think it was 2000 or something. But the point is that, so it precedes this time of celebritydom, this kind of sheikh celebrities. But I was very sincere. I wanted to be a scholar so I could understand Islam. So his words really hit me, and I thought, yeah, man, I really want to memorize the Quran. I need to memorize the Quran. This is what I thought. So bas, I set off on that path then, and that path led me eventually to Islamabad. I found myself in, there was a reason why I ended up there. I wanted to go to different places, but, Allah wills, Al-insan yudabbir wallahu yuqaddir. There's, so we had our, they say like in Arabic, insan has tadbir and Allah has taqdir. So the point is that I ended up in, I don't really remember much of Islamabad now, but from what I remember then, there was a place past something called Rawal Dam. There was a place called Chak Shahzad or something, model village or model town, and there was this area called nurseries. They used to sell loads of plants and stuff. So I don't know what it's called now, but there was a madrasa there called Darul Uloom Muhammadiyah, and it was a branch of Pir Karam Shah Saab's madrasa. And so I did my hifz there. So it was, it was a humble place, but it had a great atmosphere. They had a great person. It was a day that there wasn't social media. I did try to later on connect with them on social media, but I don't think they're very active on social media, and I didn't have many connections there. But there was a person there then, I don't know if he's still alive, may Allah bless him, Zia Saab. And he was really sincere, always smiling, always, one of these people. And I did my hifz there. And then I wanted to do an alim course. But I had a condition that I would only do an alim course in a madrasa where the teachers were really fluent in Arabic and they taught in Arabic. And, like I had this, because I wanted to always make sure my Arabic was good. My Arabic was already okay because I'd lived in Damascus and for a year and a half and, had that foundation. So I had family in Karachi, and my uncle took me there, and so he used to run a thana. He was like a sub-inspector or something. And so the thana that he was at in Karachi was in this area, industrial area called Saad. And it's the oldest police station in Karachi, I believe. I believe it's from the time of the British or something. But so next door to it was Jamia Binoria. So he took me there, and they had this, amazing setup, and they taught in Arabic. And So I thought, yeah, let's. They had foreign students, and they had loads of, it was a different, because I went from, at that time, Pir Karam Shah Saab's place in Islamabad was a very humble madrasa. They like we all, they didn't have, like, let's say one dorm had many people in that dorm sleeping. That was the sleeping area. You just had like a sleeping bag kind of, not a sleeping bag, but like bistar, you just had your talai and you just kind of went to sleep there. And they just had fans. They didn't have air conditioning. They didn't have, it was a great place, but it was very humble. And Jamia Benoria, compared to that, was like huge. It was like, the separate bedrooms, huge institutes, thousands and thousands of students, air conditioning. There was like so many resources, foreigners. Like it was just, it was like a huge upgrade from what I had got used to. And it was a great place. We had so much fun, honestly. I really learned. You see, I was passionate to learn. So you could have put me anywhere and I would have learned. And so this was a great place. I was there, I got on. There were people from the UK. Foreigners had their own section. I did the MALM course. I did Dawra Hadith there. I did the Mufti course there. Yeah, it was a blessing from Allah, wallahi. So many people have asked me afterwards, they wanted to study, and yeah, I do advise, sure, go to these places. One thing great I have to say about both madrasas I was in, when I was in Karachi, I did also take an exam with a Salafi madrasa as well, Jamia Abu Bakr. But I did study in their library and stuff, but I didn't study with any of their teachers. So I can't comment on that. I just took their exam. You could just enroll and do the exam yourself, and I passed. But in the madrasas I studied in Pakistan, so one was in Islamabad, Pir Karam Shah Saab's place, which was of a Brelvi denomination, persuasion. And the other was Jamia Benoria, Mufti Naeem Saab's in Karachi, site Karachi, so which is different to Benori town. I mean, it's like, obviously they recognize each other, but it's a different entity. Both of these madrasas were never sectarian. Even though they belong to a denomination. So Jamia Benoria is of the Deobandi persuasion. But, in the madrasa, they were never sectarian. Like maybe because most of our teaching was in the foreigner section. So they taught in Arabic, and because the students were from all over Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Africa, UK, America, Canada. So they never mentioned once, things like bashing another group and saying, those people are deviants or those people. Neither in, Pir Karam Shah Saab's place once did I hear them say, Fulan Wahhabi and Fulan this. Never. I never heard it when I was there. I was there for about a year. I heard once Zia Saab speak, and he said, like when he would address other groups, he said, Hamare kuch bhai hain jo aisa samajhte hain, magar this is not how. And he would address them like that, like they were our brothers who have a different understanding to us. And yeah, really, so this is something I feel, once again, I'm really, in hindsight, I'm really grateful that, obviously I didn't know that when I got there. It's just in my experience and hindsight, I realized, wow, actually they never tried to poison us. They never tried to poison me. In both the madrasas, I was always different. And, maybe they thought, because I used to say to them, I'm Maliki. So they used to think, well, TK, nice Maliki, Renedo, let him do his thing. So sometimes I never used to join in some of the stuff they used to do. They never, sometimes at that time, let's say they did certain dhikr majlises and I didn't want to join in. I didn't have to. They never condemned me. They never felt that this guy's a deviant, this guy's a this, that. Never. And even in Benoria, when I was, I would question them on certain fiqhy things, and sometimes my beard was a bit shorter than, it was a bit more on the sides, but it was, a bit shorter than theirs, and it was like, but they never really ever kind of went to, oh, this guy's, maybe 1-2 people held that view, but generally the madrasa was very, I saw a lot of love and I saw a lot of hope in both of these. You see, one of the Brilwi and one of the Deobandi that I could speak for personally. Even today, that I've seen, in fact, there was a video just Sheikh Farhan, who's the son of Mufti Naim Saab, who's passed away, may Allah bless his afterlife, and that they released some video about what Jamia Banouri is doing, what it's launched, great things, very accommodating. And so I do feel that these are, look, there's no, everybody, if you want to find faults, we can find them everywhere. There's an Arabic poem of Imam al-Shafi'i where he says, عَيْنُ الرِّضَى عَنْ كُلِّ عَيْبٍ كَلِيلَةٌ لَكِنَّ عَيْنَ السُّخْطِ تُبْدِي الْمَسَاوِي. That, you see, if a person wants to find, if a person is loving, there is no fault they see. But if the eye is hateful, then faults just start to appear. And this is the truth. But so if we want to find faults, we can find faults with everything. But I see a lot of hope in these places. I hope people can see that, and I hope these places continue to blossom as well with that message of humanity and love, and because it's important. Because otherwise, there are some places that some people, they use, religion has been hijacked. And you're in Islamabad, I get messages from people in Pakistan, in India as well, that where people have become unfortunately fed up of religion. It's a shame because they've never really even read the Quran ever with meaning. So it's difficult for a person to have been fed up with God. A person has never, people say Bukhari, whatever, but nobody's read, these common Muslims have never read this with their own eyes or understood it with their own comprehension. It's just that people have used things and channeled them through a certain lens of sometimes hate, or they've hijacked the message, and this is what has scared and frightened people away from Islam. And one of the greatest messages of Islam really is, and I've got a video on this, it was one of the first hadith that I ever learned. And it was that yassiru wa la tu'assiru, bashiru wa la tunaffiru. And it is a sahih hadith. I mean, this is in, it's in Bukhari and these books that make ease for people in this deen. Don't make things difficult and don't scare people away. La tunaffiru, bashiru, bring people in. However they are, let them come. Ahlan wa sahlan. It doesn't matter, because everybody is beloved to God in their own way. And sometimes it's just we've lost the way, but again, we've kind of lost the way. But it just takes that realization. And I feel that sometimes this door is shut, as they say in Arabic, min dunin nas, it's shut from people because some hearts have turned to stone and they've forced these doors to be shut for people. One is their own choice, but they shut them. They say, Allah, you don't even do, you don't even pray, huh? You don't even keep a beard, huh? You don't even, oh my God, she doesn't do hijab, or she doesn't do this, or she doesn't do, it's not our job to judge. There's a saying in Arabic that is mansub to the ulema, that kunu du'atan la qudatan. If you want to call, then call to God, like be somebody who calls. Don't be a judge. Kunu du'atan la qudatan. Not judges, not a qadi. Don't be a da'i if you want to. If you want to call, if you don't, if you've got nothing good to say, you don't have to say anything. But yeah, so these are just some thoughts. Cool, man. I hope it's been Good sharing these thoughts with you, Osama.
Thank you.
You take care, stay in touch, and yeah, if you are on Insta, send me a message. I'll look out for your message there. I'm sure
Okay, sure.
Islamabad has changed. No, kabhi, yaar, sometime in the future, I'll have to visit Islamabad.
Yeah,
Chakkar lagana padega sometime, and
bilkul.
it'll be great to see it at some point after so many years. You take care, and we'll speak soon, inshallah.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Take care.
Walaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Osama Ahmed from Islamabad, people. Whoa, Islamabad. So let me all right, share the link, people. What's this? Speakers corner. What, I don't know what these comments are about. Yar Abu starts talking. Abu को याद कर रहे हैं. It's, I really want to watch Abu. Who's Abu? Acha, am I Abu? Acha. Who's the problem? Am I the problem? Am I the drama? Acha. This is like that. I really want to watch Abu versus Adnan. Who's Adnan? Adnan Ibrahim, the famous Arabic speaking scholar. I don't know why. I absolutely admire. There would be no verses. I have the utmost respect and admiration for Sheikh Adnan Ibrahim, if that's what you mean. Mufti was like Forrest Gump becoming an act. It sure was, It sure was, honestly. I remember when I went off to study and people said to me that this is only a phase. They said you're just going to come back after a few months, and they said you're going to come back after a few months. They say, just like this, and I guess in many ways I'm glad they said that, because it really sparked a tenacity within me that yaar kuch bhi ho jaye. Let anything happen. I cannot give up. I thought one thing that cannot happen is giving up. And yeah, really, I saw to it that there's no turning back. So I think part of that tenacity was definitely inspired by maybe people telling me, you're not going to be able to do this, it's a phase. So I guess I owe it to those people. Yeah. It's good to prove people wrong. Yeah. Sometimes you set your hearts on what you want and then allow your journey to prove them wrong. It's not that my goal was just about proving people wrong. My goal was I wanted to do it, but because almost every single person I knew just said to me, you're going to come back, miserable, looking like an idiot. And I just, those words kind of echoed. And I felt that, now that I've taken this leap of faith, ثم I must be steadfast. So yeah, I guess it gave me more commitment. Right, we've got some people. We've got Masihe Muslim. Yeah, I can't see the camera. Oh, is this one of those for safety reasons? Chalo, let's add Masihe Muslim. Assalamu alaikum, Masihe Muslim.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you for adding me without my webcam being open. Thank you.
You're welcome. I thought, it may be for safety concerns that you've not wanted to bring your webcam. So, all right. Well, how can we help you, Masih al-Muslim? And
Well,
where are
I
you
was
joining us from again? We've
again,
had you before, so
yes, USA,
yeah,
USA. Yeah.
USA. All right. So what is going on, yeah? Talk to us. What thoughts are preoccupying your precious mind?
Well, something that you were saying triggered something, and I wanted to indulge in the fitrat you were talking about.
Hmm.
Now, how does a person's fitrat nature develop? When he's born, it comes through the seed from his parents, or it is by the education or by the upbringing he gets?
Hmm. Right. So this is you've really gone into the age-old debate of nature versus nurture. Kya baat hai. Oh, wow. It's look. This is an epic topic. I would argue that there is a certain amount of fitrah that comes to us, that the fitrah that we're speaking of right now, that you're asking, it comes to us intuitively. Now, it doesn't mean that through our environment we can't hone in on it even more. We can. And the environment also may improve or preclude, it may kind of inhibit our intuitions. But yeah, I would feel that it's definitely something we carry. Part of it is, I don't know, part of it may be instinctual. Part of it, I would say, is intuitive. I would rather than just instincts. The instincts are part of the fitrah as well. So, just very basic instincts. But these, uh, the instinct to survive, the instinct for food, but the instinct of understanding at a low level harm, like a base to understanding harm, and thereby having the instinct for empathy. I would feel these are all part of what come to us naturally. That this would be congenital; it would be with birth. So now I would feel that there is sure that there would be certain modalities within the brain that um, that kind of regulate that. But do they regulate it or do they completely generate it? Is the question. I would probably lean. Now it's impossible to say conclusively because obviously, how can we conclusively say so? I would lean towards that those modalities in the brain regulate it. So, and I would feel that these instincts, or at least some parts of I don't mean the instinct of hunger or fear. Those parts are just within the nervous system, within the brain. But I mean rising above that. So, um, recognition, like this thing of compassion, of empathy. I would feel that the seed, it's definitely regulated. It's definitely there in the brain. I know that, but is that the source of it that's feeding into it, or is it coming from consciousness, which is the ruh? I would feel that maybe maybe a greater part of it lies in consciousness and the collective consciousness. The collective conscious, that maybe there is this kind of connection that we have with all of life, that we have with nature, that we have with, and that it is more than just the human body. Okay, it is, but it is something that we clearly have access to, we tap into, and it's something we're born with. But if with time we can either block some of these things out, or we can improve on them and allow greater access by kind of sharpening our faculties. So people, let's say people, if they want to call it spirituality, if they want to call it a kind of a greater compassion that they tap into through things like mindfulness, through whatever they do, whatever people want to call it, where is it coming from? And is it just certain regions that are now slightly more active in the brain? Or is it just these kind of pathways that have just increased the neurogenesis of synaptic development? Or is it that they have kind of tapped into consciousness, and thereby these neural correlates that we're seeing within the brain are a reflection of that? So obviously we don't have the conclusive answer. I would lean more towards its consciousness. It is the ruh that kind of brings this into life. I don't know. I would lean that way, but I'm sure hard, very materialists may lean the other way in saying it's just the brain. But yeah.
So basically, you have really gone far, far higher than what I expected. I
exceeded your expectation. Yeah.
exceeded my
Upon
expectations.
style.
I just wanted to focus on, let's say, and because you were talking about kids also, and their nurturing and all the other stuff. Now, let's say you have a child who's born to you, and you're nurturing him, and you also adopt someone, a kid, or maybe he don't even adopt him, but let's say you adopt him.
I was going to say, what? Kidnap him.
Yeah, kidnap him. So let's say you adopt him. Now, between these two kids, one who is actually a product of your seed, and the other one who you have adopted. Now if you are nurturing them the same way, what would be the difference between the two in the way they behave and the way they move around? Will there be any difference?
See, that's a good question, because it's clear that, look, DNA does play a certain amount of role. It does clearly the faculties. So even if what I was talking about, let's say I was talking about I was talking about connecting with consciousness. So even if I have this phone, and this phone connects to the internet remotely, I mean, there's no plug, it just remotely connects to the internet. But then the phone itself has a capacity, it has an operational ability, a performance makeup. So let's say this is the latest phone, it has a greater memory capacity and operational, its kind of operating system is more up to date, or it's not about being up to date, it has more capabilities, it can do so many more things, it has a much higher functioning camera. Now naturally it may outperform, because of its capacity, may outperform a different phone that I have that is not of the same capability, even if they both tapped into the same internet that is coming to both of them. So similarly, DNA unquestionably, it bequeaths, it kind of allows the child to inherit a certain amount of modalities, and not just modalities of the things that we can function within the brain, but also actual capacities. We do inherit intelligence, let's say. We inherit certain amount of things. That said, most people will have good enough kind of features. Some people will have better than others. So some people may be gifted with a slightly higher intelligence. But most people on the average will have good enough intelligence. They will have good enough, like they can get by. They may not have the best of what is out there, but they will have good enough. Now, some people at margin may have certain disabilities, learning difficulties, and so on. But most people can, through their environment, improve their abilities. So there was a study I shared recently on my Insta story. And those who don't follow me on Instagram should follow me. I usually on my stories, I'm usually very active. I'm usually just sharing things to make people smile or laugh, but in between I'll share certain interesting things I come across. So I shared just yesterday or the day before a study done on two Korean twins that were separated, and I believe two girls, and one was raised in identical twins. So here the DNA is identical. So identical twins always make fascinating studies in psychology because the DNA is exactly the same. Now, one was raised in America and the other was raised in Korea. Now, the one in Korea scored 16 points higher on her IQ test in intelligence, especially in linguistic and mathematical, logical intelligence, than her identical twin who was raised in America. So one was 16 points higher. That's quite significant. Okay, so now that definitely didn't come down to DNA because they both had identical DNA, not even similar, identical. So it goes to show that, you see, in your environment, there is a flexibility. So, our DNA, it has many genes that will only activate in a certain environment. So when let's say you were never pushed to a certain limit, then there are certain genes that your DNA has not activated yet, and maybe will never activate. But if you do something, then it will start activating those genes. So we've got many kind of sleeper cells, if you like, metaphorically, that we will only activate if it comes to it as a necessary clause. So maybe you've just grown up and you've never needed and you've never been pushed and you've never been stressed and you've never been, so you don't have those capabilities. But if you had, you would have developed them. And then we also have some elasticity that the brain can also, improve if you train it. And not just the brain. I don't mean by the brain just material. That can happen as well. So even things like, for example, certain psychedelics can result in neurogenesis. You grow new brain connections that you never had before after a single dose, even of certain, like of psilocybin, of mushrooms, or DMT would result in that. But I'm not just talking about the material. I'm talking about emotional. I'm talking about all of this growth. So there was a fascinating study with mice where it's called the Maze Bright Mice study. Okay, so it's really fascinating. So what they did is they got a bunch of mice and they had a maze, and they put any of these mice in this maze, and they're all as lost as each other. They don't know where to go. So, they're running into this dead end and running into that dead end, and they're panicking and all sorts. So what they do is they take a bunch of them and they train these mice how to get through this maze. They train them. They keep training them. They keep training them until they become good at it. So this select group is now called the Maze Bright, because they're bright at it. And the other are called the Maze Dull. So the ones who haven't been trained. So you put these mice in it now, and now they just go straight. They know how to get through the maze. So, okay. So what's so special about that? You trained them. They got through with it. Okay. But here comes the amazing part. Now, these mice, when they had children, without any training, their children were better at the maze than the counterparts. Not only that, the up to 9 generations, nine generations, people, the mice that were the offspring of the maize bride could still perform better than their counterparts without any training. So that's like what the hell is going on there? What are they inheriting? So because it's not information, but it's this kind of ability to deal with anxiety, because when they're scared or they're confused, they have this greater ability. So the point, what we can study here is, look, both the mice in the beginning that were maize bright weren't maize bright in the beginning. They were trained to become maize bright, and with it they became it. So if you are put in an environment where you raise the bar and you force yourself to adapt, to improvise, to overcome, you rise to the challenge, you struggle, you improve, you can do it despite the odds. Like, you don't have to be a genius. You just have to have the commitment to keep going. But on the bright side, once you do it, you can bequeath and pass that on to your offspring without having to had done it. Like, you
No,
can pass on a certain amount free, as in they inherit a certain intelligence with that. So that just goes to show both work. Yeah.
now you did mention training. Now let's say, and as I said, you mentioned, let's say we have your son and then your adopted son, and they are going through the same training
Okay.
now. And you also did talk of emotions, and they're going through the same love. You're giving them
Hmm.
equal love, you're
Hmm.
treating them equally.
Hmm.
Now, the one you have adopted and the one who is actually from your genes,
Hmm.
will he have the same emotions towards you, or will they be different? And will they be trained? And will their learning abilities, of course, that depends on the other stuff. Will their
Yeah.
response be same? Will their emotions or their attachment to you be the same, or will that be different?
Right now, these things cannot be predicted. Okay. Each child brings their own unique personality. Unique personality. Any person who has more than one child can tell you behaviorism goes out the window.
I've got five,
The
I
good.
know.
Yeah, so any person who has more than one child, because if you have just one, you can't tell, because you can only just tell on one. Like, you can just see that one child's personality, and you'll think, oh, I see a bit of me in that child, or I see a bit of you in that child, or I see a bit. Now, how's what was it? What was it? John Watson had said that, look, bring me any child and leave him with me and I'll turn him into anything. Right? I'm not so sure those things work exactly like that. If you have 5 children, you will see each one has a unique personality. Unique personality. Like, they may, even if they look similar, they will have behave sometimes completely different to each other. I feel that personality comes to them from the ruh. This is what I feel, and maybe they add to it throughout life. But I feel that at a base level, it's intrinsic. It's kind of intuitively with them. So when you say, "Look, would both children love you the same?" I doubt it. Maybe they will both love you, but identically, I very much doubt it. Just because I don't like. I guess life will people will react differently throughout life. They will grow slightly differently. Remember, they will not just live in a box, and even if they did live in a box all their lives, they still may behave differently because of their personalities.
You're totally right. I mean, you just said, like, I have kids and every kid is different. And I have five kids, and they react,
Yeah.
as they
And
said.
Claire just
all
said, I've got 5.
all,
Wow.
all
Doing it,
five
Claire.
all 5 fingers are, and I usually say I've got a handful, so all 5 fingers are not the same, and that's very much true with kids. You have what I basically have seen, and I've seen families who have more than one kid, who have 2 3 kids. They adopt kids, and when
Yeah.
these kids grow up, in fact, the ones who have been adopted ha- are more, responsible. They seem to be more
Wow.
give, love giving, and whereas your own
Wow.
kid is like, well, he's not caring. So what I'm trying to figure out is,
That's the classic Bhagwan movie by Amitabh Bachchan.
yeah, I've not seen it, but you could be right.
That's where, he's adopted his own children turn out to be good old beep, and it's only his adopted child who's the true.
So so in that sense, can an adopted kid be your kid? Not biologically, not genetically, but
Yeah.
truly in emotions and the way he acts.
Yeah, yeah, of
And
course, of course.
okay, that's
I mean, as
all
in
I want.
be your kid, as in, you see, look, some people, are you talking about the fiqh mas'ala here? About being your child Islamically? Is that what you mean?
I mean, basically, no. Then when I don't want to get narrowed down, what happens then when we look at in that respect? Then we start narrowing it down, trying to
Yeah.
justify this and that. Makes things problematic.
Yeah, because look, people feel that, oh, some people think that, oh, you're not allowed to. Some people have this. It's really unfortunate. Some people have this understanding that Islam doesn't allow adoption. I don't know how they've ended up with such a terrible misunderstanding of Islam. And of course, it allows adoption. And then they say, well, the Quran says, "Ud'uhum li'abaihim." So here the question is about names. So they say, look, most Muslims, I feel, don't have a problem with adoption, but then they have this problem. They think, oh, Islam, because the verse of the Quran said, "Call them by their names." Oh, this means you're not allowed to give the child your family name. Like, you have to make that child's name very clearly different, and you have to, the surname, and you have to do this and that. And I'm not saying, look, if the child obviously wanted to keep the surname, that's fine. But sometimes people adopt babies, like you were mentioning. And you see here, can you give the child your surname? So, okay, so you've got this group that say no, because this verse of the Quran says, call them by their fathers. So you can only ever call them by their fathers. Okay, so that's that group. Okay, that's the evidence. Now, another group of scholars, they see this as, look, of course you can. That you see, this verse was speaking about something very specific. It was addressing a society in which the lineage tied in to certain societal rules. The world today, for the most part, does not live with those rules anymore. We don't have lineal kind of structures in society today. We don't at all. In the overall majority of the globe, it doesn't work like that. And definitely doesn't work like that in these countries. So today, that would be, so to give you an example, back then, and this is for people who most people haven't studied the Sharia, even when they speak about the Sharia. So you have this concept of the asaba in Sharia. So the asaba are responsible for the team, and they usually involve things like let's say the father, the uncle, paternal uncles, the grandparents, and you have this whole, not the mother's side but the father's side. These people are called the asaba. Now the asaba, so for example, imagine the nephew went and injured someone. Now the uncle has to pay compensation money. Say, well, why the uncle? You see, like today, like if your nephew went and did something, you're not responsible financially. You wouldn't have to be going paying money. And if he damages in today's society, let's say he damages a car, so you have to go and pay. Why? Because you're the uncle, or you're the granddad, so you have to. And it's like, why do I have to? You say, well, no, you have to because you're the grand. And the person himself doesn't pay. You know, the person who did it doesn't pay. It's his dad or his uncles pay and his granddad pay. And so in this day and age, this doesn't exist at all. It doesn't, this society, because in that day and age, the Asaba kept them they kept them in order because they knew the society was like this. So basically, if he went and killed that person, then you guys have had it. So, and not the mother side. Mother side weren't responsible at all. So the maternal uncle had nothing to do with it. So in this day and age, in most of the world, that system doesn't exist. So that was just an example of where the lineage played a role. So today, some people, they will say, well, look, of course, if you've adopted a child and you're giving them the same surname, it makes obviously more harmonious. It makes it more easy. And in all honesty, in most of the Muslim, or in many parts, let me put it like that, not most, many parts of the Muslim world, surname doesn't mean anything nowadays. Like you could take Pakistanis as an example. Pakistanis and possibly Indians, I don't know if all Indians necessarily, but many Pakistanis are absolutely horrendous when it comes, like surnames mean nothing. They mean nothing for most Pakistanis. Surnames, it does not mean the slightest. So you will have many people that they will have, so for example, they will have their first name as Muhammad, which is, by the way, not their name. It's just a barakah name, which nobody calls them by, but it will just be Muhammad. And let's say, I'll give an example. So a very good friend of mine, many people may know him from my things, not to just drag him into it, but Shaban. Now, his name would be Muhammad Shaban. Now, that's because that's the name that his parents have given him. Now, his surname would be Shaban. Well, technically, that's his first name. That's not even his surname. So let's say his brother now, he's given the name Muhammad something else, like Muhammad Kamran. Now you've got, and all the brothers have got different surnames. And all of the brothers are just called Muhammad. So when people write letters, they say, well, they're going to write it to this surname. Or if they come, like if somebody came, like on several occasions, they've come to their house, they will need to speak to Muhammad. So, well, everybody's Muhammad here. And so which surname? So now in this example, a surname means nothing. And another friend of mine, he's been giving his in his family, they've been giving surnames just like because they sound nice. Like let's say the name Ali Asghar just sounds nice. Or the name, so they just give a name that sounds nice. And so one of them will be called something Hossein, and one will be called something Ali because it just sounds nice. It goes with, it has a ring to it. And one of them is called Khan. And so surnames don't mean anything. So this is an example where people, by misunderstanding a side of fiqh, like if they take that understanding, which doesn't really apply, you could just result in a child growing up feeling alienated and not really feeling part of the family. So yeah, I hope that sheds some light. But cool,
Yeah,
we got carried away.
Yeah, the thing is, what I'm seeing is something which is being preached by on various channels, is which I find very disturbing, is that your adopted son can never be your son. It's like, of course, he cannot be your biological son, but
Mhm.
stating that he can never act like your son is to me is a big problem, because then you are teaching the kid that the parents who took care of you all these years, who brought you up, though they adopted you, they can never be your parents. Don't treat them as your parents. uh, Same, your adopted daughter cannot be your daughter, which means even if you call her your daughter, in your
Mhm.
brain, she is thinking, oh, this guy or this lady can't be my mother. That's what the
Yeah.
Mufti preached. And
I mean,
same, it
yeah.
it will,
What
it also
I
goes
would
with.
say.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. Sorry for interrupting. Yeah, I mean, what I would, you see, what I would propose, and I've said this in the past, is that look, all Muslims agree, most Muslims anyway, evidently agree that if a child, so by the way, I'm just putting the brakes, so don't jump to any assumptions, but there is a mas'ala of a baby. Now, the baby that is breastfed becomes part of the family. Now, this obviously, one, it has a nurturing element, but there was like a ritual. It was ritualized. Okay, so in some narrations, people said, well, if a baby had been breastfed 5 times, 5 sucklings, right? So khamsa rada'at. Now, this number doesn't mean anything. Like, it's a ritual. It becomes a ritual. Yeah. So you have a kind of rite of passage to bring someone into a family and to now make them your pure family. So because 5 sucklings, let's say a baby just had 5 kind of, just suckled, just took in 5 drops of milk from a mother, from a woman, a baby did. In all honesty, 5 drops of milk going in are not going to be really so nurturing. I mean, I'm sure they will have some tiny effect, but they're not going to be, because one, let's say even if a person argued that, oh, well, if a baby drank a woman's milk for 2 years, as the Quran says, well, obviously that there's going to be a huge nurturing effect, and the mother gives more than just milk. There's no doubt about that. It's a bond. Now, but taking this riwayah, this hadith that most the fuqaha accept, yeah, most the scholars accept that if a baby was to just take khamsa rada'at, okay, just 5 times. Now, that's not really significantly in the big picture of things so defining from a nurturing ability, from a nurturing perspective, sorry. But it's more a rite of passage. You can see that what the Sharia has introduced was a rite of passage to bring someone into your actual family and to give them the concept of mahramiyah. Okay, now they become your actual members of the family. Yeah. Now, from here, some people, you see, they found a hadith which the majority of the ulama did not accept to act on this hadith. Okay, but they found this hadith that, okay, because you have, what about this problem with a grown-up? Because, okay, that's a baby, 2 and under, a toddler and under, but what about a grown-up man or a grown-up woman? How do you establish this mahramiyah, make them into a true family? You adopt them, let's say they're teenagers, or how do you do that? Some people found a hadith saying, oh, well, they could drink the woman's milk still. Okay, and this hadith is not accurate, and we don't act on it, and we don't accept it. Okay, but that said, some people did, and the Salafiyah are amongst them. Some of them, I'm sure, maybe many of the Salafiyah. And Albani's fatwa is on Sheikh Al-Albani on YouTube, where he's saying, he arguably even goes to the extent, and this isn't to belittle the Sheikh, but I'm just saying it's on YouTube, where he's saying, he's asked the question, what if a person then drinks this milk as a grown-up directly from the woman's breast? And he says, I would say, well, it's still as in it's still valid and it still counts. Now, okay, so you've got some people that one way of looking at it is, okay, as absurd as the issue is, put that aside, but one way of looking at it, they're trying to grapple with a complex question of how do you bring a non-family member into the core family and legitimize it? And what's the rite of passage? This is what they're looking for. And some people, this small group, found this hadith which bounces off a foundation that everybody accepts with an infant. So they are grappling for a rite of passage. Now, what I've argued in the past is that the adoption process, the adoption process in our age, yaqumu maqam, it stands, it is in the place, it is this rite of passage to bring someone in to the family. So in this day and age, when you undergo the entire process of adoption, it's not a simple process. A person has to go through, they have to be screened, they have to go through an entire assessment and evaluation. There's several interviews, there's kind of all this process that they have to go through that takes probably weeks or months, I believe. It'll probably take months and months. So this process in our day and age would be the rite of passage for mahramiyah with that child, because you only adopt children, you don't adopt adults anyway. So it would be that mahramiyah. Okay, so they would then be a mahram. If you've gone through that entire process with them, it would stand as they are now your mahram. So you can see this is, as opposed to you've had some group trying to resort to an infancy mas'ala of saying you could breastfeed. And that would obviously be, you could see without a doubt the absurdity in that. But still, some people went to that. I mean, look at to that extent they went in grappling with an issue that they needed to overcome. You could see the need must have been that strong to overcome it, that they took such an angle that, people would be mortified to think that, well, wait a minute, to enter the family, suckling of a woman's breast. I mean, this is, the concept is so bizarre that it's
bizarre.
laughable. So what you've got, putting that aside, what we're looking at is, okay, that's what they said, which was bizarre, but what they were truly grappling with was a problem that they needed an answer to, and they couldn't find it. So they ended up going to something so bizarre because the problem was so huge. And that is, we have a need in society to allow certain people to become true members of the family, like adoption. So as the world has advanced, then instead of saying that, well, the adoption process can be, yaqumu maqam al-hukm. Okay, so it stands in the place of that and is the rite of passage. So, okay, I hope that helps. We've got a few people that have...
Thank you so much. I wouldn't take any more of your time.
So much time. You take care. Stay blessed. Shukran. People got carried away. They explaining the ruling to Masihe Muslim. We've got a few people. That StreamYard link, queue to go chat with him. Okay, people, I need you to switch on your cameras for me to bring you on, because I can't really see any cameras. All right, I can all of a sudden. Wah, kya baat hai yaar, look at all the noor. We've got Benyamin Wu. Benyamin Wu, what a name. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Mufti. How you doing?
Alaikum assalam. I'm good. All right, Benyamin, where are you joining us from?
New York City. Currently supposed to be studying for an exam. That's why I look a little rough, but I saw you came on live. I was like, I had to join. I had to ask him some questions. Yeah.
You don't look rough, man. You've got this whole vibe going on there, man. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. Dude, talk to us, man. Is it Benyamin? Is it? And Wu's the surname?
Oh, Wu. You were just talking about surnames.
Yeah.
Chinese culture, surnames do kind of matter, even though there's so many.
No, they do. Yeah.
Like a bajillion Wus. So does it really matter? I don't know. It's like
no, absolutely. And is it, if I recall correctly, the surname is usually said first, isn't it? And
surname said first. My Chinese name starts with
Wu. All right. Hung Hao. Many years. See, I need to, once I finish the Spanish, I need to go back to learning Chinese, man. Honestly, I'm just so amazed with Chinese, the language. Honestly, I just find it like,
Arabic,
wow.
To be honest.
I guess see, look how the world works in wonder, huh?
Trying to do my salah in Arabic as someone who doesn't speak Arabic, it's very difficult. But I think your video on the Salah, the Maliki method, was really helpful. I kind of wish you did the whole thing just to show it, so we could see it play out in the whole way.
Oh, play out as in the whole thing.
Yeah, just watch.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Watch instead of just breaking it down.
Okay, you know what? We'll do that. We'll get that. Why not? Let's do that. We'll get that done. So what's your story, Benjamin? Man, we're all very curious, man. Chinese.
I know
Islam?
people are like, no way. No way. But there's actually a lot of historically, there's been a lot of famous Chinese Muslims. I mean, probably one of the most famous Chinese explorers was Zhang He, but his original name or surname was Ma. Ma is just short for Muhammad. So anytime you see a Chinese name with Ma in it, you could somewhere in the lineage. Maybe Silk Road travelers, they took the surname of Muhammad.
Is that the Ma that is the same as Ma, the horse Ma, or is it?
No. That's a huge issue in Chinese. Like, even though it sounds phonetically the same, if you write it differently, it's a completely different word.
They're writing it different to that. They're not writing it because Ma. I remember Ma was like you could write it in 4 ways, whether it's Ma. Ma.
Yeah.
They had one of the. And it meant different things. It meant obviously mother, or it meant like star.
Oh, yeah. Hemp, like cannabis.
Oh, does it mean hemp as well? Wow. Okay.
It's kind of funny, yeah.
It's like from marijuana. It's
like that, yeah.
All right. Wow. So they write Muhammad like that. That's okay.
It's not a super popular religion, but definitely in the West, it's a big deal. Eastern Turkestan or other Central China. But I kind of discovered Islam just from personal exploration. I've always been a very curious person. Never the smartest person, but always the most curious. I enjoyed reading American literature like Moby Dick. And then after reading that book in high school, it really kind of pushed me even further to finding out the truth. So I remember reading the Bible. I had a lot of friends who were Christian. I read into Zen Buddhist studies and Taoism. But I really liked Islam because of some of the philosophers I enjoyed were Islamic, like Imam Ghazali. I know you, and Ibn Arabi, I know you have some opinions on them, but I really like.
No, I appreciate, honestly, I do appreciate. I feel more and more with age, I'm appreciating more and more the mystics. I'm really appreciating that. Yeah. I think, definitely. So as time progresses, and I think my affection towards the mystics within Islam has just like profoundly grown.
Yeah, I think it's because I grew up not atheist but agnostic. So I finally, understood Al-Ghazali when he meant, there are levels of knowledge of truth. So you have your senses, then you have science, then you have deductive logic and mathematics. Like Gödel's theorem kind of not disproved mathematics, but showed that deductive logic is flawed. And of course, the highest level is intuitive, your Fitrah, right? Your natural religion. No, I don't care if you think you're in a dream or in the matrix or an illusion. God is always going to be true, objectively. So I really embraced it. I found this out the last Ramadan. So that's when I almost embraced Islam. But I do have 2 issues with it. That's why I really came on. So as far as the mystical part, the Taoist and Sufi part, 100% I agree. Right, it's very similar to Chinese Taoism. But I can't get over this fact. And I watched all your videos. I watched other Muftis, like, even Mufti Menk or Muhammad Ajab. I know a lot went down between you two. But it seems like, long story short, that homosexuality is haram. Dating is haram, even if it's a monogamous relation. I'm in a long-term relationship with my girlfriend. Do I think it's I just don't naturally feel it. I really, I read the Quran after I took some LSD. I listened to the Quran, really enjoyed it. Intuitively, I agree. I was like, this is what the Western philosophers like Descartes and some others found upon themselves. I don't think homosexuality is intuitively haram. Can you explain my issue,
Sure. So I mean, yeah. So what? First of all, man, epic journey. I want to say that I think your journey is amazing. You know, may Allah bless you, bless this journey of yours. And it's it's just I want to say firstly, it's just wonderful. Honestly, it's amazing to just see you here. Like, and it's just you bring you bring a reflection of diversity of this path. So yeah, man, just shukran for joining us. And with these questions, okay, and a kind of gradual approach to them is that first of all, Islam in its essence is not fiqh. Okay, Islam in its essence is not the rules and the laws. In its essence, Islam in its essence is faith, iman. Okay, now iman is about that connection with God. It is this path, this journey to God. That's what it is. So the most part of the Prophet's lifetime, the Prophet ﷺ was, as a prophet, was in Mecca, where there were no rules, where there were no laws. The Prophet did pray, he did do these things, but faith was in its very organic form, that it was about connecting with God. People did pray, people did speak the truth, they did these very fundamental things. This is what faith was. And in its essence, that's always what Islam has been. That's always the crux. Then what's happened is, as Islam migrated to a place to set up societies, okay, it set them up that society needed rules. It needed, and especially what's important to understand is their society, as in the Prophet's time, not the society, sorry, the landscape was a very lawless landscape, a very a kind of a backdrop with very little rules, more kind of chaos. So bringing rules meant bringing some structure to the people, which always improves life, because it kind of puts life on a progression. It puts it on, because you start having because you go from no rules, people are winging things, to you're hoping people will agree, to now having rules that if somebody does this is the law, this is that. So as I've mentioned as well, look, Islam did not introduce the concept of marriages. In fact, the hadith states, I believe, it's a hadith of Aisha radiallahu anha. She says that the Nikkah is that in Jahiliyyah, that the Arabs had 4 types of nikahs, she says. And it says, and she says that, and what Islam did was it prohibited the other 3. So, and she says, and the one we have today is the one left. Now, this wasn't, the hadith clearly shows that Islam did not invent the nikah. It did not introduce to people that you need to get married. People were already getting married. They were already doing these things, but many people weren't as well. So, but the concept wasn't introduced by Islam. It was condoned, as in it was promoted by Islam. So Islam said, look, okay, marriages. The problem here was that, you see, when you set up a society from scratch, it's very important to understand that there's certain things that are at the bedrock of, especially when societies are so small, like Madinatul Munawwara. They weren't huge. It wasn't like a cosmopolitan city. It was a town, a humble town. Now, one of the most important things you need in a society is the family unit.
Yeah, I agree.
You need to emphasize this, especially if you're setting up settlements. Like you're starting the settlement of Medina, the Prophet was setting it up. He had laid down what was the first constitution when he went there, saying that, okay, which is called the Mithaqul Medina, with the Jews and the Christians, saying that, look, okay, and the Mithaqul Medina is still, it's in print, as in people, it's in the books of Hadith. So in it, the Prophet said, well, with these laws, with the Jews and the Christians, if somebody is injured on your thing, we will take the responsibility as well. We join in with giving the compensation. Likewise, if we're at fault, you have to join in, help us. And that nahnu ummatun wahida, we are one ummah, like strengthening these bonds with the interfaith bonds. So, okay, then one of the things the Prophet immediately moved to in Medina was the family unit, in trying to stabilize that and outline its importance. Now, the problem with this is, look, the family unit entails responsibility. Okay, now, human beings, by our very nature, we're very averse to responsibility. We don't, like, if I had a choice to just not be responsible for someone or be responsible for someone, I'd definitely not be responsible for someone. If it's just a pure, simple choice, like you had to tick the box and then it happened. So, you see, we don't want to be responsible. Sure, in the moment we might think we do. You see, like, responsibilities can't be left to emotions. Because sure, if I'm feeling happy and loving, then I'll be responsible. But the moment I'm not loving, then what? So the problem here was that, you see, Islam never, like, if you look in the Sharia, the concept of marriage is not an obligation. Nowhere in Islam does it say a Nikkah is fard. Getting married is an obligation, because Islam didn't invent marriages. Marriages were already being done somewhere in a corrupt way. So Islam just prohibited those, and it just left marriages. As long as the people consent to it, it's a marriage, and people know it. The problem is, if you look in any of the books of Nikkah, they'll give you the hukam. What is the ruling of Nikkah? So they say the ruling is just, it's recommended. Some people say it's sunnah to get married because the Prophet got married. But otherwise they say it's recommended. Some say it's permissible. So the question is, what if a person never marries throughout his life? Has he done anything haram? Scholars say no. It's not haram because it's not an obligation to get married. The problem now is, okay, if it's not an obligation to get married, people just want to chill. They'd rather just, like, just hang about, have a fling, and they'll do something. And then when it's over, it's over. And then they don't want to really, because they don't want commitment, because they don't want responsibilities. Naturally, the men are more averse to this than women, as even today, that's still the case. Locking men down is the issue often. So what Islam did was, it didn't force marriage upon people because it had to be a choice. But what it did was it started prohibiting other things. So the family unit responsibility was the option that you chose then, if you want to do it. Because people were just like saying, well, no, I'd rather just have sex with her. And then, don't worry, of course, I'm going to care for you. I'm going to care for you. But we haven't really committed to anything. But yeah, sure. But now that the emotions are off, well, you could care for yourself. I'm out of here. So what Islam did, and the person had nothing to say because they weren't in any relationship, technically speaking. So what Islam did is it said, well, instead of saying this is obligatory and then you have to force a relationship on people, which is built on makarama, which is an emotion of caring, and you can't force that on people. I can't say to you, you know what, you have to care for someone. No, it has to come from within. So what it did is it said, okay, just going out there and doing this is haram. And homosexuality too, I've said previously that it seems in my video, I've got a video discussing homosexuality and Islam, a diverse history. So in that, I say as well that homosexuality was something that was prohibited as a byproduct as well. So just as going out there doing this and that, just having, just exploiting, because often the problem was, it was often sexual exploitation. That was almost, maybe it wasn't every single time, but if you were to bet, it'd probably be 8 or 9 out of 10 times there was exploitation just going on. Like, by exploitation, I mean, not just at a high level of exploitation, but even like when you look at relationships, you see often, as we still see now, like a guy may just sell a bunch of hopes and dreams just to kind of quickly just to get in bed. Now, the moment he's done that, he's out of it. You know, he'll it's just for the kill, and then he's gone. Now, what this does is it shatters the woman in these cases, because she loses faith in the next man and in men as a whole. Like, you know, all men are just dogs then, because all men just want to do this. Let's go back to that initial laying the foundations for a society. Now, you need a healthy family unit, you need children, you need stable homes. So anything else that is going to destabilize this construct was prohibited as a byproduct to boost the family life.
Right,
this is how these rulings.
Yeah. Because they can't actively push for marriage, so they forbid other kinds of relationships to passively kind of make you just
because
married.
Exactly, because if you look, because it could have forced you to get married, but then that's just a wrong in itself. Because if you force someone to get married, you see, you're saying to them that, look, every single person has to be forced to get married. So no, what it did is it left it to, look, if you get into that state of mind that you want to be with someone, maybe some people are hermits. Some people don't want to be, you know, you get people who remain bachelors or bachelorettes all their lives, and they're asexual. They just don't have a need. Most people are not like that, but you get people like that. Now, if Islam was to say every single person is to get married, then it's an injustice to them. Mm-hmm. So what it did is, as a byproduct, it precluded the other things to say, well, people who are actively seeking these things, well, this is the channel then. You take this channel, because this channel will at least, it aims for a stable family unit. Maybe some people won't have families, but then at least, by the very least, it hits the mark with having responsibilities and rights. Because people know you're in a relationship that people know. So, okay, this is how it was. So now, that said, there was another issue which I spoke of as well previously, where I said that, look, you fast forward to our day and age. And I've said that, look, let's be honest. A lot of the fiqh, which is the rulings, and it is not up to date with our day and age. Like, a lot of the fiqh is not kind of in sync with the challenges that we're facing. So if you pick up a fiqh, like I've got so many fiqh books here, yeah. Now, if I pick up a fiqh book, let's say it's 8 volumes, 7 volumes, 10 volumes. The first volume will always just be worship. Okay, from wudu to hajj. Okay, fine. The rest of it is all in transactions, marriages, divorces, you know, justice code. It's all of this. And maybe a few pages at the end might be about etiquettes and manners, and that's just a few pages, Bab Kitab al-Adab. But all the volumes in between are about transactions, and they're all going to be saying things like, well, if I had a bag of wheat and I did this and I did that. I'm not saying nobody, most people don't do that today. Not one of the books will be discussing things like contemporary issues. None of them have a chapter on stuff like even currency. We don't even have cryptocurrency. Isn't even, forget cryptocurrency, even digital currency has not yet entered the mainstream fiqh books. So they're so out of sync now. Okay, and then the problem is a lot of scholars are sometimes intimidated to kind of issue fatwas or rulings that are contemporary or up to date on these things, because then they don't want to face any backlash, and so they just leave it. And maybe you might get some odd scholar gives a fatwa or whatever. But I have said in the past, I've raised this challenge, not challenge, but this question to people, to scholars, and I've done it on my Monday nights in the past, a few years back. I said that, look, when you look at the concept of a nikah shar'an, Islamically, I've said the concept of a nikah Islamically was, if you look at the fiqh books, it just says ijab wal qabul. Okay, that acceptance from both sides, that a commitment, from both sides to be in an exclusive relationship with each other. So this commitment that they're in a relationship. Then there is the concept that people know about it. So it's not in secrecy, it is known about. And then there's some tertiary, secondary conditions that not everybody agrees on. So for example, you give a gift. Now, people say, well, the nikah can happen without having given the mahar, but the mahar can be given later on. And some people say, even if you don't ever give it, then when you divorce, at least give it then. Okay, so fine. Let's go with that.
I wonder what because I've been in almost 3 years, inshallah. Hopefully,
this is the thing that I've raised. I've said that, look, you've got people. Now, there is another element as well, which is a ritual. Okay, so let's hold on the ritual. So I'm going to put that there.
That was my ritual.
So I'm putting the ritual aside.
Okay.
I've said that there are people who today will do a secret nikah. Okay, so they will do, for example, they will go with, let's say, a guy and a girl in a front room, in a car somewhere. They've got two witnesses who are a friend. Let's say they're friends, and say, okay, I do this nikah with you. Have you accepted it? You've accepted it. Okay. Or maybe they get an imam sahib to read it for them, or they do it themselves. Say, have you accepted this nikah? Okay. And then the person says, yeah, I accepted this nikah as well. And the nikah is done. Now, they don't tell anybody. They keep this, and in fact, they tell each other, not at the time of nikah, but privately, they tell each other, oh, you can't tell anybody about this, okay? It's just our secret later on. And many of these secret nikahs turn out mostly to become incredibly abusive. Maybe not always, but often. Because they become exploitative. Because what happens is they sell the girl some dreams. Don't worry, we're going to get married. We're going to do this, but shh, we just do a low-key nikah. Only my two friends know now. Then what happens is, they probably, they're happy to be, and let's say the woman is only prepared to be in a sexual relationship if it's a serious relationship. She says, I'm only going to be I only want, I don't want to play games with people. I just want, I want something meaningful. So the guy says, yeah, but shh. And so now he does this, and then he gets bored, and then he's gone like that. Now she feels used. Okay, so she says, well, this ain't fair. And okay, now this is a different discussion, but the point is, nobody knows they were in a nikah. So she says, yeah, this guy was married to me. And people say, married to you? He was your, where? Nobody knows about it. She says, yeah, well, the only two witnesses were his two friends. Friends go, I don't know what she's talking about. I've never seen this lady before in my life. Many ulama will say this marriage, this nikah is valid. Most ulama will say this nikah is valid. I believe that nikah is haram because it's not right. You see, you can't. This way you tell the other person to just shh. This must be a secret. Must be a shh. Don't tell. No. This way you're hushing people. This is just wrong. It's against the spirit of nikah. But most ulama will say that's permissible and a valid nikah. So I've said, look, in light of that, here's the question. We're in these societies where you have non-Muslims, where they don't go and register a marriage. In the UK, most couples, I would argue, are not registered as married. Okay, now, but they are in relationships that are, everybody knows, it's on all their social media pages that I'm in a relationship with this person. All their photos are together. All their family know that, yes, that's his girlfriend, that's her boyfriend. They don't call them husband and wife, but they call them girlfriend, boyfriend, which translates in their society as they are in a committed relationship. And they have commitments to each other. So they accept that, we're exclusive. They accept that, we're going to share the costs for certain things. They accept, and even to break it off, they have to break it off. They have to say, well, I'm breaking this off. Why do they have to say that? Because, they could just, because they know that there's a thing there, okay, that they have to kind of say, okay, well, I'm calling this to an end. I've said, well, how is that different to a nikah? Because the thing is, in that society, that you see, it is a structure by which their society, their culture knows. Now, they don't do often. Most couples will not do a registered marriage. They just don't. Maybe they do it at some point down, but they feel that, many of them feel we don't believe in marriages, or we don't believe that we have to register it, or whatever their reasons. But they're in committed, but they're in transparent relationships. You see, they're not cheating one another. They're not tricking. They're not. I mean, maybe some people are, but generally people are not. Now, the only difference. Yeah, so the only one thing is ritual. Okay, I accept that there is this thing about a ritual that gives something an extra shield. Like when you read some words, and let's say a person reads a ceremony and they go into, it's like a rite of passage, and therefore they take it a bit more serious when it comes to quitting it. Like they feel, they think, oh damn, like I'm married to this person, do I really want to throw it away? Well, exactly. Whereas in this society, what they might do is exchange a ring, or they might maybe even as a kind of partner, they might kind of, even though they haven't done the full marriage, but they lack a bit of the ritual element. But other than that, like, so, and the ritual, I'm not denying it has a lot of power to it, obviously, because it adds that extra sacredness to the relationship. But that said, this is the question I've asked people, that if you're going to say a secret nikah is valid, and a secret nikah really couldn't care less about the ritual. It's just the ritual is just like, quickly do you say, okay, kabul, do you accept it? Say accept. Okay, kabiltu, okay, done. This is the. And if people, most of the scholars legitimize it, and it results often in abuse, maybe not always, but I would say definitely 60-70% of the time, it results in like just a tragedy. Then how can this be looked down upon despicably? Because this in this culture is not something they take lightly. It's a commitment that they take. Mm-hmm. So that's what I've argued, but I accept that the fiqh hasn't really caught up. People, the fiqh books are still talking about bartering wheat and barley and stuff like
MMA
this.
MMA thing is haram. I think you explained it really well. That I mean, I don't think it's haram. Frost doesn't think, Sahabi doesn't think it's haram. I think they just haven't caught up to what modern.
I think, look, if you are in a relationship, look, you are here saying in front of the world, I am in a relationship with my girlfriend. Now, you see, religiously, Islamically, that would be called a wife. Now, I get in legal terms, a wife can carry a legal statutory position, which is different to a religious ceremonial wife, like a religious wife, because you could be in Islam, somebody could be your wife, but then for a legal status, you have to go to a registrar, you have to book, you have to do a legal process. So that's a separate thing. I'm not, that's a whole process. People do it, some people don't do it. That's their choice. Religiously, the understanding is that if you look in the fiqh books, it's just a commitment, isn't it? It's that you have a commitment where there's transparency, and both people, ijab wal qabul, they accept. And then, as the Malikiyah say, other people, okay, the other madhabs say they need to be witnesses. That Malikiyah say that nothing about witnesses. They say there needs to be, that this needs to be known. There needs to be an announcement. So they say i'lan, and if you've announced it on social media, people say, I'm in a relationship with so-and-so, they tag her into it. The world knows. Nowadays, our lives are on social media. You want to know someone, you go to the social media page. What is this person? What is their Instagram page? What is their Facebook page? What is this page? If people are announcing that this is my partner, they call them partners. Yeah, this is my partner. I'm with this person. It's my partner. It's my life partner. How is that not Shara'an? I would say that Shara'an recognizes it. It does recognize it. Now, the only thing a person could say, well, the ritual, but if they recognize this, and they recognize that God is a witness to this, how is that? Does that not fulfill this condition? So the only thing I see is that, look, the day and age the fiqh hasn't caught up with the day and age, and there is a long time before all the fiqh catches up, because people are struggling. The scholars are kind of caught up in all their quarrels and all the kind of sectarian stuff, and people are afraid to give new rulings because they feel that they will become targeted. And but what they don't realize is, look, Islam was all about creating ease. Like, let me tell you something. Look, speaking about marriages and relationships, in the time of Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, you had, in the time of Abu Bakr, and this, by the way, by boyfriends, girlfriends, I'm not speaking about the secret boyfriend, girlfriends. So somebody here just said, so is boyfriend, girlfriend marriage actually? I'm not speaking about that, the secret, like the one some people have, like that's just like a secret thing then, like nobody knows, but you're just my girlfriend, shh, or you're just my boyfriend. I don't mean that. I mean relationship. So if forget the term boyfriend, girlfriend, forget that term. If you are to say, I am in a relationship, I am in a relationship with this person, that we are partners, that we are in a relationship. Forget the term girlfriend, boyfriend, because kids use that term as well, right? So, people in school might say, oh, it's my girlfriend, oh, my boyfriend. I'm talking about if you are saying you are in a relationship with someone, and this is public knowledge, then that would stand the maqam of a nikah. If this was announced publicly and it was recognized by both parties that they are in a relationship, that's exactly the definition of a nikah. Shar'an, it's ijab al-qabul. So now check this out. In the time of Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, there was what are known as the apostasy battles and the apostasy wars, and these are really popular, and so many people have spoken about them. The Ridda wars, they call them in Arabic, Ridda. Now, what's really popular, several tribes apostated from Islam. Several tribes, like Bani Hanifa is a famous tribe. All these tribes, they apostated from Islam. Now, they fought with the Muslims, and and whatever happened, and people, there was battles. But following, let's say a year later, whatever it was, several people came back to the fold of Islam. So as this tribe, let's take this tribe as an example, Bani Hanifa. They came back into the fold of Islam after having left Islam and after having lived as kuffar. Nobody asked them to renew their nikah.
I think you mentioned this before, yes. Yeah.
Nobody asked them. In the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when the Prophet's daughter was separated from her husband, the husband hadn't embraced Islam at that point. And you get and I've got a video on this as well. Now, he comes to see the Prophet's daughter, and then later on he does embrace Islam, but he comes to see, and she offers him sanctuary in Medina, and the Prophet says, look, you have to respect it. She's offered him sanctuary. He, at that point, wasn't a Muslim. He becomes a Muslim later on. The Prophet doesn't ask him to renew his nikah. It's been years. When he came to see her and talk to her in Medina, at that time, where's the nikah? It was the same nikah from years ago, before she, when she left Mecca. He was from Mecca. So it's been years. He's even fought against the Muslims. He was in the battles against the Muslims. Now, a few years later, he misses his wife and he comes to Medina, and the Prophet says, and she says, I offer him, nobody harm him. He's my guest. He's my sanctity is his sanctity. And the Prophet says she has extended, offered him sanctity. We have to honor it. Everybody. Now he goes to see her. Where's the Prophet never said, hey, wait a minute, you're a kafir, and so you're a non-mahram, and even when he embraces Islam later on, the Prophet doesn't tell them to repeat their nikah. So you see these things. You see what's happened is we've missed. It's like we can't see that. In the saying, you can't see the wood for the trees, you can't see the forest for the trees. People have missed the spirit of what the relationship was actually about. It wasn't. It was about the actual it wasn't about saying qabiltu, I do, I do. This was just a little structure that was put there. It was about the spirit,
the meaning,
people committing, the meaning behind it, that the emotion that they have for each other. It was about sanctifying that. And what's happened is in the way we've kind of got lost with all the some people with the letter of the law, to the extent that they'll legitimize something that even if the result is doesn't have the spirit anymore. In fact, it's antithetical to the spirit. So yeah, I mean, I hope, I don't know if that's been making sense.
Yeah, I would go into it more, but it looks like some other individuals really want to ask some questions. So really appreciate you, Mufti. I mean, I still have a lot of questions. Maybe this is what happens when you just read a couple books.
Whoa.
Take an LSD session and then you're religious, but there's always so much to know, and I'm gonna keep thinking about.
It's great to hear that you're also somebody who walks that path as well. Allah with the LSD.
I think I find so much value in the Salah and just watching your videos on.
That's honestly, I'm so glad you've said that, and I'm going to we'll get a video as well made about the actual Salah being done. I think it's right. You said it. I never ever thought about it, but now that you say it's kind of.
I mean, there's other videos on YouTube, but I feel like out of all the sheikhs, the alim that I've seen, I feel like I like you the most. I like your new haircut, by the way. It looks good. So I don't want to waste any more guys' time. Salam alaikum.
Shukran. Sure. Send me a message, by the way, on Instagram, and we'll connect there. Okay.
For sure. Thank you. I think Muftis like you are going
to
elevate the ummah to another golden age. Take care.
Shukran. People, Benjamin, shukran. Much love, man. Much love. Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Benjamin Wu. Some very compelling contemporary questions of great value. We have been going on for quite a while as well, man. I need to... Whoa, we've gone over. You know what? Let's take who have we got here? We've got Saad, and then we'll wrap up. And it's been let me just see. Were Bani Hanifa asked to make ghusl mufti? No, they weren't asked anything. They became Muslim, and that's it. They just announced their Islam and they were accepted. That's all. So yep, let me just right, was there was usually was saying usually a secret nikah is harm. Yeah, and there's a difference between, look, I'm not saying, you see, some people, like in a relationship, they may both schedule it. So they may say, look, so there's a difference between a secret nikah and between people just having a private life. So some people may think, look, you know what? We're in this relationship, we're doing this nikah, but this is how we're playing it, and we're keeping ourselves private. We don't want people really involved. Obviously, certain people know, several people, but let's say they're not announcing it to the world, they're not going as in shouting it on Facebook and everything. But it's not that nobody knows. People around them do know, and they're not doing it in a very dark kind of this seedy way, and both people are on board with it. That's fine. That's just, look, if two people are consenting and they have an understanding of whatever sort, it's absolutely fine. That they've obviously, if they think, look, we're only doing a nikah with a bunch of people, my family, or we're doing it with these people, or only these people will know, and we're happy, and right now we're both doing whatever we're doing in life. That's just low commitments for whatever kind of commitments. Let's say they say, oh, people are independent, they don't need this, they don't need that. People have absolute liberty and freedom in how they want to do things. That's not what I mean when I'm saying a secret nikah. A secret nikah is the type where usually both people are not on board. One is manipulating the other to say, well, you... Shh, like, no, nobody, don't ever, this is like this is like this. And both people are not on board. Usually, let's say the woman wants to I mean, it could be the other way as well. It could be the man wants to. I'm not saying, I'm sure there may be some cases like that as well. But often, let's say the woman wants to be in a nikah, and the guy's not willing to, because deep down he knows, look, nah, but he's thinking, well, this is the only way I can get to have sex with her. So I'm just going to pretend like I'll just do it doesn't really count. Nobody really knows. In these situations, it's very exploitative. And it's harmful because it's not transparent. And so you're kind of tricking the other person. So that's why I would say that's haram. So, yeah, so that's what I meant. I didn't mean, you get, like, I'll speak to people, they'll be in relationships, let's say, living completely independent from each other. You'll see people, in fact, in this day and age, that's actually, there's a rise in relationships like that, because you'll get more and more people, without passing a judgment. People are entitled to their own lives. More and more relationships are breaking down, so people are divorcing, and you'll get many cases where, in fact, there was even a documentary where it was a Muslim woman documentary where these Muslim women, where people are saying, look, I don't want a person always around. I don't want a man in my life. I don't want this, but I just want some companionship. And so you'll get a lot of this. So a low commitment relationship is not the same as trying to be very hush hush and manipulate. And I guess it comes down to intentions, and I guess it comes down to manipulating. So if the other person is not happy with it, then you shouldn't trick them. You should either just be straight. Look, this is how it is. If you want to be like this, okay. If you don't, then this is all we can do, but don't trick them. If you're telling them, yeah, no, it's actually going to be like this, we're just doing this, blah, 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 just for a couple of weeks, a couple of things, and then out. And then the person's devastated. Or sometimes in some circles you get, unfortunately, may Allah guide some people and may make it easy for some. You get with convert women, they'll end up getting passed around, and in certain, the stories are notorious that they'll marry them, divorce them, then marry them to the friend, divorce them, marry them. This is like, it's horrendous. So that's what I was speaking about. In those things are what I would believe are haram. Okay, so right, guys. Yeah, so somebody said, look, I've never heard of secret. So there are, unfortunately, a lot of these going around. Yeah, so that's to be clear. So I'm not saying, because I know some people will probably go, oh, Mufti's just declaring all of these things. I'm not declaring. I'm saying if there's a mutual understanding. There's a saying in Urdu that Miyan Bivi Razi, to kya karega Qazi. That if the people involved are both happy and consenting, then it's nobody's business. That's the saying. That then what can the Qazi, what can the judge do? So that's what I'm saying. It comes down to that. Those things are fine, and if both people want to keep it private, then private. In fact, to be honest, you see, we were speaking there. We were speaking about the greater non-Muslim culture with Benjamin Wu. This is how non-Muslims do it. In the Muslim culture, they don't tend to do usually these kind of things like girlfriend, boyfriend, and announce it and stuff like that. They don't tend to have that culture. I'm not saying people don't do it, but it's not the culture. So it's different. You'll find different practices. Okay, so it's not, but in the greater culture, like in the British culture, American culture, European culture, it will be, that's how they're just in relationships. They don't tend to get married, but their relationships are, tantamount to or equate to what we would call a kind of marriage. It's kind of, equatable, if you like, to that. So yeah, I hope that shed some light. Yeah. Okay, let's get Saad Dar, and then what we'll do is we'll wrap up, people. Assalamu alaikum, Saad Dar.
Wa alaikum salam, Mufti. Nice to meet you finally. Big fan, listening to you for a long time.
Wow, shukran. Where are you joining us from, Saad?
I'm in New York. Well, now I'm in New Jersey, although I don't like to admit it.
All right. New York just sounds so much cooler, doesn't it?
1,000%, yes.
America has that, man. I think it's just the names of certain places sound so cool.
I mean, I am from New York. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, for 25 years. So I still lead with that, but we had a few kids, so we moved to the suburbs. Yeah.
Wow, all right, man. That's the Big Apple, huh? We've got a few. Look at that, a few New Yorkers. All right, doing it, man. You guys are doing it. So, all right, Saad, talk to us, man. Share what's preoccupying your thoughts.
Yeah, so just some context, I grew up in New York, but I'm originally from Pakistan, raised very traditional Sunni Muslim. And I feel like through my kind of late childhood and early teenage years, didn't really have too much religious education, if you will, more than kind of going to the masjid and reading the Quran in Arabic. And so after kind of, having a very, I would say, Western experience in New York for many years, I kind of found my way back to more of an intellectual approach to religion in my 20s, late 20s, I would say. And really what that led me to is listening to, folks that like yourself, Hamza Yusuf, other people in the West, but also reading the Quran in English. And that's kind of how I fell upon you, because I have a friend of mine who I call my brother, really. And we always talk about stuff in the Quran, like, or just topics that people that we know, that traditional Pakistani people here even think are facts. And we just sometimes can't comprehend how they are, walking around believing some of these things, or why they just accept it without actually questioning it. And so actually the first time we saw your video was related to the Ghazali, the Hadith videos about the not a contention that not all the Sahih Hadiths are necessarily.
Right, yeah.
And we watched hours of that, and that kind of really opened my eyes, because I read the Quran in English just so I can understand myself. And I know that when I tell imams here that, they say, well, that's quite dangerous, you should be careful, and so on. So I've literally had that where I've told some imams that I'm reading the Quran in English, I have some questions. They're like, well, like that's like you being a schoolboy doing a PhD level course. And so actually, I do have a specific question for you today regarding one of your videos. But really, I think thematically, my broader question to you today is about learning. Because as a kind of person who likes to study and think through things and use intuition, but also logical reasoning, I'm very curious about how I find the truth. And honestly, maybe part of that comes from you, part of that comes from other people that I listen to and guiding me. But I really want to end up in the Quran, and then kind of also use my intuitive nature to understand and process that meaning. And that's where I'm struggling, because I'll give you an example where you said one thing, somebody else said another thing. And then like my entire family and people I know believe a totally other thing, right? And so me coming from this concept of like, hey, I thought Juj Majuj was X. And then like, somebody else comes and says, well, actually, no, it's totally not that. And I don't want to get stuck in those stories. I think those are just examples, because like you always say, the meaning is more important. So the example is, I just want to make sure that's clear. My overarching question, is about how do you recommend somebody like me or others on here are listening and learning and triangulating to the truth and their journey? Because I really don't like to just listen to one person and say, oh yeah, like that person's 100% right, let's go with that one. I like to research, read, and then make sure it makes sense to me before I say, okay, that's the truth. Like eating zabiha halal, for example. That's what I did when I came to my conclusion of what I decided. So in this example, your video on Khidr and Musa, I saw it recently. I was driving to Yosemite for hiking, and I was watching it, kind of listening to it on the way there.
Wow.
So that was like a week ago with my best friend. So that's what we do. We listen to Islamic lectures on the way. There's music and stuff too, but part of it is lectures. And we were listening to this video and we started debating because in your explanation, we got hung up on this thing about this being a dream or not being a dream. And, you know, I know that you don't want to miss the forest for the trees. You don't want to miss the actual meaning of what is Khidr representing. And I just watched an hour and a half of Sheikh Imran Hossein talking about that, which I thought he also did a beautiful job of trying to explain, you know, like what is the takeaway of this story.
Okay, well, I don't know what Sheikh Imran says about it. What does he say about it?
His contention, you know, he doesn't get into the whole thing about like, is he a prophet? Is he alive? And all that. He's like, don't ask me this stuff. I don't know. Right. Which I respect. He did his framework is that, look, this is a traditional scholarship versus a kind of I don't know what he calls it. Let's just say next level scholarship framing, meaning Musa in the example is representing the traditional conventional scholarship, where you study something, you learn it, maybe you memorize it, and you pass it on to the next person. And then they do the same thing and they pass it on to the next person. Whereas Khidr is representing someone who is thinking and applying kind of intuition and logic to the reality. So he's able to pierce through what's at the surface and understand the deeper meaning. And therefore he has a better knowledge, a higher understanding of things. And that's kind of what I took away from the story about the boat, you know, like, why did he make a hole? Musa asked him the question because Sheikh Imran Hussein is saying, well, that is your kind of predominantly your current day ulama, you know. They see a goat, they say that's a goat, right? They say like, oh, you know, riba is interest, which I totally disagree with, for example. And so whereas he's saying that Khidr salam is he's got the ability to and the insight to interpret. And that is, you know, and maybe that's what I took away from it as kind of a theme of an hour and a half. But that was the gist of his lecture. And then he goes into other things as well. And so what I'm trying to, but he doesn't position it as a dream, which for me was like very interesting, because you do in your video, maybe I missed something, because you I think you said it was most likely a dream, not an actual event that happened. Whereas the way that
dream a dream or a vision, but like a dream made sense because they seem to wake up afterwards.
Right. So in the story, he's with the companion or the boy, and then, you know, they're sleeping at some point at the stone, and then they wake up and they continue, and the boy forgets to tell you know, Musa that the fish jumped. Exactly. So doesn't that indicate logically that it wasn't a dream?
But that's the thing, you see, because what I said is, you know, where they get up, they don't actually get up; they're still in the dream.
Oh, that's
because
okay,
because the mystical part only starts from that point.
When the journey gets harder, right?
No, because they go on the journey, and it mentions they both go to sleep,
right?
But it says like as he gets up, it says that Musa alayhi salam then says, because it mentions that they go to sleep, but then Musa says to the boy, "Bring me the fish, like let's eat." And he says, I saw the fish kind of flying away. It took a path. Like he says, I saw the fish fly off.
Right.
And from here, the kind of super rational kind of journey, the path begins. That things start to happen that don't have a clear cause and effect. So, and one moment they're over here, next moment they're in a ship, next moment they're out of town. So what I had said, that it seems likely that this is still whilst they're asleep. They haven't got up from and because I guess in the Hadith it mentions that, look, the prophets, their dreams are revelation as well. It says in the Sahih Hadith, the prophet says that the dreams of prophets are revelation. So in this is what I said, it seems to make much more sense. It's even the movement, because one moment they're here, next moment they're on a ship. How did they build the ship? Where did they get on the ship? It's just next moment they're out of town and the wall's falling down and they're fixing the wall. And so it seems to, but all the points that you're saying about Khidr alayhi salam providing answers and being having the kind of the autonomous initiative to interact with the environment and to arrive at, they still stand. I mean, that's still happening, whether it's happening in a vision, in a dream, or in reality. It's in a wakeful state. It's still the meaning's still the same. The other thing is that I feel that all these incidents that happened with Musa alayhi salam in his journey, in his kind of travel with Khidr, it represented, it was symbolic for something that Musa himself in his life had been through. So I feel even like, so for example, the murder, it was because he had accidentally killed someone and he was carrying that.
Yeah, I remember that. See, this is where Sheikh, Sheikh didn't go into that part, Imran Hossein, about, if he's positioning it and his interpretation of it is that it's real, it's not a dream, then the murder part, just say like Allahu Alam kind of thing, like we don't know, right? Like he did it because the kid was going to cause havoc on his parents in the future, and then his example, and I guess this is where the Quran is interpretable, right? Some of these ayahs are not clear, and his example was, well, look, today you may have, and no offense to anybody, you may have somebody who is, for example, a homosexual, or somebody else who's doing drugs and becomes an addict and ruins an entire family and leads them astray. Maybe this kid that was killed was one of those, was something like this, maybe. And it was going to kind of create this negative.
And people do say, and I've heard people say that look, it's because of what the child would have done in the future.
Right.
So many people give that interpretation. Obviously, it gives an answer. It does answer the question, but then it opens many other questions, like, well, why doesn't God stop other evil people like Hitler before?
Or the concept of original sin.
Why didn't God kill them off before? And why would God kill him off before he's committed the crime?
Do you think that aligns with the Christian concept of original sin? Because there's like Sheikh Uthman in San Diego. He's doing dawah, and one of the things he always used as a kind of a tactic to open with some of the Christians that come up to him is like, well, why does the Bible believe in original sin? Why do you believe in original sin? Well, how can a baby be sinful? He hasn't done anything, right? Sure. In this story where I don't know how old this kid is that was killed. Obviously, it's not mentioned.
It doesn't mention,
Right. That's the only one where I get hung up a little bit, but again, it doesn't take away from the overall messaging, I think. It's just like,
see, because that was in my video as well. I explained that was one of the very difficult things that I grappled with for a while, to try to understand this verse sincerely. I didn't want to just brush it off or just. And I mentioned that in my talk. I mean, people who haven't watched it, do check it out. It says Musa and Khidr. It's quite old now. I think a couple of years, at least 3 years old. But and I speak about this on it, this whole thing, and I go into more detail. But I hadn't heard about what Sheikh Imran Hussein's view. Somebody put a comment here. I'll just mention that. Look, somebody mentioned that there's things that have been leaked online about Sheikh Imran Hossein or something, and I saw some messages and some people, and since you brought up Sheikh Imran Hossein, I just felt, and somebody had put a comment here just to say about that, just very briefly.
Look, everybody has their own.
I feel that, look, what I was going to say is, I feel that these things are categorically and utterly unacceptable, right? Like, there is a thing. Look, I don't follow, and I've not been up to date with much of Sheikh Imran Hussein's stuff. I know some things. I've watched some videos. Sometimes if there's something some people are sending around, like I might end up watching a bit of a clip. I get it that he's different. He's controversial in a different sense. He's obviously very traditional in his outlook. He's not like, people might look at me and think, well, just look how he looks. But he's controversial and he's very kind of apocalypse oriented.
End of days.
Usually things are about end of days. They're all about the end of days, and it is a bit doom and gloom. And I think there was a clip I watched. A brief clip I only watched, and I know it caused controversy amongst people, that it was Sheikh Imran Hossein saying something about a verse of the Quran, إِنَّهُ لَعِلْمٌ لِلسَّاعَةِ. And this it's a verse which is interpreted by many people differently. Innahu, and some people think it's talking about Jesus, is a knowledge of the hour. Some people said, I believe Hassan al-Basri, other people that no, this is talking about the Quran. Some people said it was talking about the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What is the who, the he or it going back to? So people have Mufassirin, you can open any tafsir book, they all disagree. But let's say some people say it's going back to Jesus. Now, I don't know. I think that's what Sheikh Imran Hossein was saying. But then ilmun doesn't seem to, like, so how do you go with that? He is a knowledge for the hour. So in the hadith, it said some people had read this as la alamun. He is a sign or a flag for the hour, as in a milestone, like the hour is drawn closer. So some people said, well, that's for the second coming of Jesus, and they use that, and that has its own discussion. But the verse in the Quran actually doesn't say alam, it says ilm. Now, there was a clip of Sheikh Imran where he says that, look, he feels that somebody mistakenly wrote ilm, and this got popular, and this is what we have today in the Quran. Now, naturally, I can that's upset people, and understandably, that's, because that's not how the Quran has been transmitted. It's been transmitted, and to be fair, ilm, if you're to say innahu, because if you're going with the understanding that who is talking about the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or is talking about the Quran, that innahu la ilmun, innahu la dhu ilmin, that this is a source of knowledge. So when in Arabic, you can, even in English, but in Arabic, sometimes in English as well, when you want to speak about someone or something that is so reflective of something, you just call them the whole thing, as if, he is excellence. It's like that. Like they use that in Arabic. Like, so innahu, it's like you're saying innahu ladhu ilm, but innahu ilm. He is ilm itself. He is knowledge itself, a beacon of knowledge about this world, and how, about its meaning and it coming to an end, or the end of it. But the end of it, la is more about reminding you about the finite mortality and stuff, and that when you look at creation from the beginning till now, we are really towards the end anyway. So him saying this, it infuriated people, and this was a clip. I don't know how old it is, but I saw it probably a little while back. And so now, that is, by all means, if you want to refute him and do that, and I think he's probably refuted me in the past, so I don't really have any affiliation with him. But this thing of trying to, there's a thing called like satar in Islam. There's a thing that if a person, sharing these kind of things to humiliate people, it is not the way of Islam. It is not the way of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It is not. It is only partaking in a kind of a very egoistic and an egotistic lust, in kind of, reveling in the misery of people, because it's such a, this is such a concept, satar, this thing, parda. Like, think about it. A person could be having, let's say a person is having a meaningful, let's say a person is having a conversation with their own partner, with their own wife, with their own husband, with their own anything. People, they talk in certain ways, they do certain things. Now, you take anything of anybody's and you put it on social media for the world to judge. It's like you strip them naked and you put them there. And it becomes a source of, obviously it's there to humiliate them. This is such a cruel and haram act. Honestly, these things. So because somebody had messaged it, my thoughts were, look, and my advice to people who are coming across this stuff is, do not partake in things like this. Okay, do not be people. Honestly, this stuff will weigh down on your soul. Do not think that you will partake in this and it will just be okay. You will carry a darkness. Okay, by all means, refute people. I'm saying don't refute them. Just do your thing. If you disagree with me, ignore them. But if you want to refute them, that's your thing. Do it. But don't go down this path that will really, you think, sure, it's harming, I'm sure it's harming him, of course it is, but you're harming your own soul and humanity by degrading yourself to such, stooping so low. So may Allah seriously guide the hearts and shower us from our hearts and protect us seriously from having this kind of, these kind of like diseases of the heart, to think like, to kind of revel in people's things. Because I saw some of the things, it was just today actually, and people talking about it, people sent me some links, and on WhatsApp people were kind of sharing stuff, and
we should definitely discourage it. It's so sad when you see it, and then other people come in from that are non-Muslim, and they're saying like, look at how you guys are treating each other. One of the things that I took away from this Ramadan is, and it was just one khutbah randomly at the one Jummah, is the Imam, sometimes only one thing gets you, somehow, he said, just think about how gentle the Prophet ﷺ was with everyone, even his enemies. Think about how gentle he was. And I don't think we understand the gravity of that. I did want to come back to my, I know it's getting late, is the first kind of overarching question, which is like, this was just an example of a situation where I found myself, and I actually felt compelled to come on here and ask you directly instead of kind of inferring.
Go for it. Go for it.
How do you recommend I'm just talking about myself. I don't know if it benefits others. Hopefully it does. Approaching these kind of subjects, because like Surah Qaf, I try to read it every Friday. Okay. It's one of those things. There's so much in there. Like, you sometimes randomly learn something new, and I read it in English, and I have tried different translations. What would you recommend, right? Because I'm really trying to piece by piece learn what's in the Quran, and obviously that means reading the Quran. But then we come across issues like this where different people are saying different things, and it's very confusing. That's my problem, is that it doesn't feel like we have a unified kind of ulama level messaging on what I would say are kind of very important societal topics like LGBT movement and mortgages, and there's so much, right? There's so much. You were just talking about a topic before that even if you mention it in a home, people are they get nervous, right? Whereas in high school, I have like nieces and nephews who are confronting LGBT, and as Muslims, we don't know how to even interact, and so I'm just trying to figure out how to continue learning. And I don't know if you have any advice.
That's a good one, man. I mean, it's such a right. So there's a few things that I can say just as pointers. And firstly, about the non-unified approach. I don't think that I think that could be seen as a weakness, but it could equally be a strength that we as Muslims have. A diversity. We could see it as a beautiful diversity. We so long as we learn to, it's okay to be different. We accept that. You see, I've got a video on, and I do advise everybody who hasn't seen it to watch it. It's about diversity in Islam, and it's called which meat is halal or something. If you type in meat, halal, and my name, and it says diversity in Islam, something like halal meat, a case study, or something like this, the title is. But that whole segment is on me explaining what meat is halal according to what madhab. And these are the mainstream views of the madhab, and I'm reading and I'm referencing and I'm showing all the reference, and you understand that every madhab is just so different. So you go from some madhabs to where most things, apart from the very obvious, are haram, right to the other end, which was the Maliki madhab, where almost nothing was haram apart from pig. So and you have this diversity in between, and these are mainstream madhabs, and I'm showing the books and I'm reading from them, and I'm explaining that, look, so what really counts is your devotion. That was the takeaway from that. That whatever you go with, these meats and these things don't reach God. The only thing that reaches God is your devotion. So it's okay for me to think that, look, if this person, let's say he believes music is haram, and I believe music isn't haram. That's okay. You know, like, it's fine. Like, if he thinks, oh my God, if a person does this, it's that's fine. You know, that's his thing. It's okay. See, I'm on my path. I don't need to make everybody walk on my path.
I think
need to, yeah.
I think, sorry, on this one, like, I think the problem I see is, and that's what I was trying to imply, is like people are disrespectful, and they just outright tell you you're wrong. Has happened to me. Like, why are you doing something like this? And you're just wrong. The problem, you're
because we are not allowed, Shar'an, to be imposing the faith on anyone. We are not allowed. Like, people do this thinking they're allowed to do it. They're not allowed to do it. Islam says that, look, first of all, a regular person who's not even trained in Sharia cannot be telling people, you know, this Amr bil Ma'ruf thing doesn't apply. It can only apply in things that you have ilm on. And most people don't have ilm on fiqhi masail because they don't even know the ikhtilaf in it. They don't even understand, like most Muslims can't even understand the Quran because of the language barrier. So that's not to say you can't guide. See, there's a difference between guidance and between instruction. So guidance is like a person says, like, let's say you say to your friend who's you're not feeling well, oh, you know, I've been eating all these vitamins and I feel, you know, it's actually improved in my thing. And, you know, I wasn't getting a lot of sleep and I did this, and, you know, I started drinking some green tea and I started doing this. That's not medical advice, even though it is kind of, but it's just like guidance in a non it's not where you're not really harboring any responsibility. You're just saying it. Like, you're not imposing, you're not instructing your friend, you better drink green tea and you better do this and you better. You're just saying, look, oh, I was doing this, you know, it's worked wonders. I've read it somewhere, I read it online. That's fine. Like that, a person can say stuff Islamically. Oh, you know, I've been doing this actually. You know, I've been growing. You know, why do you grow a beard? I've been doing this. The problem is where people start instructing, saying you need to, this is haram for you to do. No, you're only instructed to take care of yourself. You need to, about things you know, like, so people are not even, they're not ulama of Islam. They can't. So a person could say, well, I heard an alim say. Well, if you heard him say it, he said it to you. Now the other person is equally following an alim. Now you can say, well, my alim said his alim is wrong. Well, it's none of your business what he's doing. You know, you're on your path. You know, the whole point is not about becoming God or trying to, you know, tell people off. This is where we've got it all wrong. You see, the whole point is about becoming a better person. That you know, it's like if I listen to you, I think, wow, you know, I want to be a better person by just listening to you. Not about you handing me a stick, which I can now beat people with metaphorically, to say, well, I'm a better person than you because you don't do this. That's just arrogance. You know, that's the opposite of what Islam came for. So this is, yeah, so I agree that people that do that, that's absolutely, you know, they're just on a power trip, using Islam for a power trip. That basically, even if they didn't have Islam, if they had something else, they'd be using that. It's like people who just want to control other people. That's not what Islam is about. You know, bashiru wa la tunaffiru. You know, you welcome people. It doesn't matter. You know, people are at different stages. They're walking at their own pace. Let people walk. You walk at your pace. You know, a person says, you know what? If you pray 100 nafal, you know, you wake up for tahajjud, fast every other day. You do it. You don't want to listen to music? Don't listen to music. Don't worry about the other person. The other person's on their own path. You know, they'll come to it at their own time. They may arrive at a different interpretation. They may arrive at an even more strict interpretation than you. Let them be. You know, they're taking their time. They're all, you know, we're not all moving at your speed. Even you weren't moving at your speed a few years ago. So let's, remember the softness, the gentle nature. This is, لو كنت, the Quran says, لو كنت فظا غليظ القلب لانفضوا من حولك. If you were harsh-hearted, stern, all these believers would have left you. Would have left who? The Prophet. They would have left the Prophet. If he was, who do you think we are? We're nobody. It's like, so if the Prophet was to have been harsh, the believers would have left him, the Quran says. Prophet was rahmatan lil alamin. Person came, the Prophet said, don't worry about it. This person comes, Prophet said, don't worry. Person says, look, I'm only going to pledge, I'm only going to come to this fold, pledge allegiance, I'm only going to pray one salah. Prophet says, ahlan wa sahlan. Person, the tribe come and say, we're going to embrace Islam, but we know you're in a difficulty right now. We're not giving you any military support. Bani Thaqif said that. We're not giving you any money. We know you need money. We're not giving no money. La natasaddaq, la nujahid. We know you need help right now. We're not going to extend any military support. What do you say? But we're interested in the faith. Prophet said, ahlan wa sahlan. Who... This is it, man. You know what it is? We really, the true message, we've kind of left it. It's like we've got so caught up in these, I just want to, I want to extend control. I want to tell people off. I want to tell off my kids. I want to tell off my siblings. I want to tell off my friends. It makes me feel more virtuous. Oh, you don't even pray. Oh, you don't even do this. Or you don't wear hijab. Or you don't do this. You this. Who are we to judge? It's person may have a heart purer than gold, and we may be full of, I spoke, we were just saying a moment ago, people sharing all this kind of stuff, involved in backbiting, involved in the worst kind of we're trying to humiliate people because you disagree with them. That's not a pure heart. God, I would rather somebody that didn't pray but had a pure heart than did something like that. Because at the end of the day, it's the hearts that connect with God. It's not, you're standing up and doing this and that, and it doesn't benefit God. Allah doesn't need your thing. Sure, if you're going to do it, then inna salata tanha anil fahsha'i wal munkar. The Quran says, if your salah was meaning something, then you'd move away from from darkness and horribleness. But if you haven't, then there's a big question mark. So, yeah. So, sorry, I got distracted here, but with all of that. But yeah, so look, with learning, it's so tricky because it's not tricky. It is a bit challenging because the resources are limited, and especially in English. Whereas if you were in Arabic, there's more available online. There's a lot more available. There's a broader discussion going on in Arabic. In English, it's very restricted. It's only what's available. Sometimes you get certain things, but it's difficult because you will get academics who have put a lot more stuff out there, but then some of them may not be Muslim, and sometimes you're not sure that, are they pushing an agenda? Are they not? And so, sure, just research. Look, it's difficult, but you'll have to do with the best of whatever you've got. So I would say research, explore. If something doesn't sit right, maybe you want to explore, reframe the question, Google it. I know Google is sometimes one of the worst things, but you see there's a method method which, you see, for learning, it's how I actually learn things. It's like a Socratic method for learning. And so what I often do is I will usually, when I want to learn something new, I will learn about the who's who in that, first of all. And then once I've come across the who's who in this field or in this science or in this, at least the key kind of people, then I will ask a question. Like whatever question comes to my mind, like whatever, because once I've learned about the who's, I may learn the names of some theories or something, and I might say, well, okay, what's this theory? So, okay, Now it'll come up what this thing is, and then and as I'm learning that, I may ask another question. So what's this? Okay. And I'll go off on a tangent learning about this. Then I'll come back to this and ask more questions. And I just learn by questioning. So I'll just put a question in, and then I'll read about the question. And then halfway, I'll ask another question now and go off and get that and come back. And then I'll go back to this point and modify the question. And you see, because as long as you are being led by questions, you are being led by curiosity. And curiosity, it goes hand in hand often with passion. So you see, it has a cyclical motion. So this is like active learning. And then once you've done that, I often just try to summarize to myself what I've learned. And if you can repeat it up to 8 hours after having learned it, there's a great chance you'll remember it. And if you can repeat it after 24 hours after having learned it to yourself, then there's like an above 50% chance that you will not forget this now after 24 hours of having learned it. And if almost, let's say, a week after having learned it, you can repeat it, there is, I think the studies showed 80-90% chance that is now stored in your memory. You're not going to be forgetting that. So so that's how I often kind of learn things.
That's very helpful. One maybe stupid question, but I'll say it anyway, is who is the ulama in Islam today? Because, honestly, like I ask you this question because there's certain people that present themselves, I don't know if they're saying they're ulama or they're scholars or whatever. It is very confusing. And the reason and the intention behind this question is about authenticity and credibility. And I know I don't speak Arabic, but like I have access to people who are Arabic speakers. I don't know. There's ways to get there maybe, but it's almost like even just studying these people some way would be helpful. And I just sometimes don't know. Like I know the teachers of people that reference their teachers, like, Sheikh Hamza Yusuf and Zaytuna, he references his teacher, for example. Is that documented somewhere? Is it obvious, or is it kind of nebulous?
It unfortunately isn't obvious. You see, to me, I would say ulama are people who have studied who have studied the sciences of Islam systematically and studied it to the broad sciences, so all of them, to some good level of grasp, that at least beyond intermediate, and at least some of Islam to an advanced level. So it would be a systematic kind of study of Islam. Now, whoever's done that, to me, sure that's an alim of Islam, as in they are a scholar of Islam. So that's how I would see it. To me, I'm not interested in sectarian. Some people just see sectarian, like if you're not from their sect, you're never really an alim. And some people, even from their own sect, they're just a select few scholars. They're the only scholars in the world. There are no other scholars. Yeah, I mean, to me, I don't think this is the issue. That are who. I'm sure you will find people. You will find people in all languages. You will find people, online. Nowadays, with online, there's so much available. But it's just with the ilmi, with the new academic challenges, the problem is that many scholars are just like, they're a bit timid to tackle them because they're afraid of a backlash. And so, maybe some edge towards it, many don't. And so that's the issue. So those kind of issues. But really, I don't think, if we're going to be honest, that most issues, if you're just looking about the faith, are not really going to be so controversial. The message of Islam really is to, it's to almost, it's to discover and then strengthen your bond with God through appreciation and gratitude. And that appreciation and gratitude is demonstrated primarily to God, but really through creation. because either yourself just appreciative and grateful, but also then extending that with action to people, doing an act of kindness, doing this. This is really what it's about. And along the way, obviously, there's the academic. Look, I love the academic side. I love the ilmi side. I love all of this. I've been about this always. But I do understand that, at the core of the faith, that's not necessarily that's not like the heart pumping of the faith. That's more like the fascinating, that's like the muscles.
Right. It's the practical religion.
It's the aesthetic side. Like it has an appeal. By aesthetic, I mean it has an appeal to certain people, me included. But it's not really the core of what the faith was about. And people can get by. I like I mentioned earlier today, I've listened to a lot of this Dr. Misbahi's talks, and a lot of his talks are just kind of like folk tradition stories, and they're not academic or ilmi in that sense at all. But I've realized, what? Actually, in many ways, it was like art. You see, you could look at a sophisticated painting, and to some people, they just see the simple stuff. But the sophisticated mind can recognize sophistication in even a simple story. You can recognize how it evokes emotion and how it kind of touches on archetypes and how it's like there is everything for everyone according to their capacity. And you just have to kind of you just have to kind of reel it out. But yeah.
No, that makes sense.
I appreciate what you're saying. It is a struggle, but hopefully it will get easier. If you can, I don't know if you can, but maybe try to learn Arabic. As difficult as it seems.
I actually started downloading an app during this Ramadan because I was getting so frustrated with the limitation. But yeah, I mean, it's a journey. That might take a while as an adult, but definitely, I think that's a long-term solution.
Trust me, I feel that it's much easier than we think. It's much easier, I'm telling you, it is easier because the motivation is there.
Yeah.
One of the most difficult things about learning a language is the motivation to learn it. Because you see, you have a novelty motivation for anything. Like, let's say somebody says, "Hey, let's learn Russian." Let's learn Japanese. It's just a novelty. Sounds, this sounds cute. Let's learn it. Now, but that cute appeal will easily dissipate because the moment hard work comes into it, that isn't, you couldn't care less whether it sounds cute or whether it sounds. You see, it's not a strong motivating factor.
Yeah.
So you have to be driven. Whereas learning Arabic for faith purposes is the motivation is very strong. Because as you start learning, you'll start realizing, I can understand very short surah verses. And you see, the fruits become manifest. So it will pull you right in. And you'll be really proud of yourself. Like, let's say, okay, like you're learning Chinese or you're learning Spanish. Now, even as you start learning, look, I can say this, I can say, estoy aquí ahora, I'm here now, hablo con ustedes, I'm talking with. But so you learn how to say these small things, but okay, so you're a little proud of yourself. Oh, I learned how to say that, but it doesn't, it's not like the rewarding. You have to be very committed to keep learning it, because after you've said it, and what? Whereas it's different with if you say, well, wow, now I can actually understand this verse, the reward will be like ecstatic. Like you feel, wow. Like,
no, that's a great suggestion. I've been thinking about teaching my daughter. I mean, not me, but having her learn Arabic too, because I just felt like it was such a
live vicariously through your children.
I mean, if she's gonna learn, I might as well.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, how old is your daughter?
She's 5. So
oh, wow.
It's a good time. It's a good time to start. That's where they learn, right? Kids learn very fast.
Yeah. That stage they'll pick it up like a sponge if they can learn it.
No, it's a great suggestion. I think that would definitely be. It feels like it should be met. It should be like something all Muslims do, and I've been lazy, I think, about it. But I think maybe now is a good time to try it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's great. Thank you.
Well, Saad, it's been epic talking to you, man. Shukran for really sharing your thoughts, getting us talking about these things. And okay, stay in touch. If you are on Instagram, drop me a message, and I'll look out for your profile as well.
Will do. Thank you so much, and may Allah bless you for everything you're doing, all the hours you're putting in, and yeah, thank you.
Shukran. Saad, take care. Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Saad. I just brought back right in there. Right. So that was great talking. Wow, we spoke about some diverse things. Wow. A lot of things, yeah. Yeah, I think, the core message. Look, you know what I was saying? The whole theme is the answers are often within us. We know right from wrong sometimes, even if we don't recognize the detail. We know, we know when something is off. And by off, I mean like it has this darkness to it. We know. And yeah, that is, we carry this with us in the fitrah. And we need to really learn, we need to develop, all of us, me included, we need to, work on compassion. It is something, honestly, it's, just take a look, I'll wrap this up with just this, that you take a look at the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in his mosque, and this person comes in and just takes a leak right there. I mean, just really just unpack this hadith, this incident. Just look at it. I mean, just let's take it apart. Somebody comes out and flashes his knob right there, sitting there. He doesn't even say he's sitting. He just probably because remember, just because the Prophet ﷺ taught us to, with the izar on, the Prophet would crouch and relieve himself, and because it was less contaminating, and it was, there's less of a kind of flash, kind of like splashback and stuff like this. But even according to many of the madhabs, even according to the Maliki fiqh, Imam Malik's fatwa, there's nothing wrong in Islam about a person standing up and urinating. I know that Hanafi madhab disagrees, and that's their view, but the other madhabs, like Imam Malik's madhab, is not that. And Imam Malik transmits from many, people would do that. They would stand up and urinate, and the real issue was simply about hygiene and getting it, if it splashed back and stuff like this. So Imam Malik has that fatwa in his Mudawwana. You can read it. He says that there's nothing. It's really just about cleanliness. It's not a halal haram issue like that. So most likely the person just stood there and did it. But even, but he comes right in front of the Prophet, and this is what the person's doing. Look, it's just flashing himself. No sense of decency. Look how obscene that is, just to do that. Right? We come in front of people, just take your your appendage out, right? And then he doesn't stop there. He doesn't stop there. This is the holy of the holies, if you like. This is a haram, the Masjid al-Nabawi, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. According to the Maliki madhab, it is more virtuous than Makkah, where the Prophet is buried in his mosque. According to the other madhabs, Makkah is better, but according to Imam Malik and the Maliki madhab, and I'm Maliki, Medina is more virtuous, and the Prophet's mosque is the most virtuous place, more virtuous than Makkah and the Kaaba. That's the Maliki madhab. This person comes into here, violates people's private space by just exposing himself, doesn't stop there, just pollutes it by just urinating in a masjid with people sitting there, the Prophet sitting there. Look at how offensive that is. Understandably so. Would be so offended. I mean, that's imagine a person just walking into your house, and I don't just even if they just turn to, imagine somebody walked into your house for whatever reason. Let's say there was somebody said came to give a delivery or anything, just walks in, and even if they turn into a corner and just took a leak. Imagine somebody comes up to your car, just stands by, let's say the tire even, just takes a leak. What the hell? With you in the car, like imagine, or by the door. Can you imagine? Now, take it up, crank it up to the level that this is a masjid, and it's not just any masjid. It is the most sacred masjid in Islam, or the second most according to most Muslims. Is amongst the most sacred land on earth. This is where it is. Person comes and does this. Look at the audacity. You're talking. Imagine you're talking. I walk in, I'm looking at you talking, and I just stand here and I just start urinating. The disrespect. That is blatant disrespect to the nth degree. The Sahaba infuriated, understandably so, enraged. Where's our swords? They want to go for, I mean, that's a bit much, but you can understand. This is what, just in an act of rage, some people, okay, many of them probably wouldn't have had the swords with them in the masjid, but in a rage. The Prophet stops all of them. Sit down. He's already urinating. Prophet said, "La taqta'u alayhi bawlata." Don't make it, because don't interrupt the guy's urinating. You know, if somebody's urinating and you're trying to force them to stop, it could, arguably, people say that it's not healthy for the bladder to do that. You know, this person is doing all of this, and the Prophet is concerned about him. He's concerned that, it's going to harm him. The guy, it could harm him. He's already began. Damage is done now. Whether he urinates a bit more, or, he does, I don't know, 250 mil more, or he does 100 mil less. Well, he's already done most of it. So just, he might get some harm. Let him be. He finishes. He gets up arrogantly. Oh, nothing. He's like blasé. What's the common sense thing? Imagine somebody came, I said, urinated. First thing a person would do, if they didn't completely blow into a rage and destroy the person, it would be to say, well, you better clean that. You better clean that now. This is how, understandably so. Understandably. What does the Prophet do? What does the Hadith say? This is in the Sahih. Who brought? The Prophet brought. He brought dhanuban min ma, a bucket with water. The Prophet went and bought it. Himself, he poured it over it. Himself. Cleaning this guy, this insolent, arrogant, stubborn, obscene, disrespectful, belligerent person who walked into the mosque and did this. The Prophet is cleaning after him urinating, after him going to the toilet, relieving himself. And then the Prophet, and this guy's standing there looking at it and just walking away. And the Prophet just says to him, he says, this is a masjid. He says, إِنَّهُ لَا يَصْلُحُ لِمِثْلِ هَذَا. He says, it's not befitting really for a place of worship to do things like this. The person is so shocked because he could see the people, fire in the eyes of the people around, and the Prophet's told him off. And he doesn't even reprimand, doesn't even rebuke. That's like the person coming into your house doing, you don't even say, what the hell are you doing? You don't even, you go and you clean it up after them. You get disinfectant and you start cleaning and you smile. Honestly, this, I'm telling you, this is why the message spread. It didn't spread because, people think it spread because, oh, the Prophet was a politician, the Prophet was a statesman, the Prophet set up, he set up a state, he set up things like this. This is why the message spread. It spread because of that character, that rahmatan lil alamin, that, just let it be, like, oh, it's cool. It doesn't mean that the Prophet never used to get hurt. He did. People's actions would offend him, but there's a way that we respond. People, is getting late. Emotional kar diya yaar. You guys make me. Let's wrap this up. You know what? It's been awesome. May Allah bless you all. If you want to reach out to me, Instagram, I usually do try to reply to people. You're more than welcome to go to Patreon if you want a more detailed interaction. And if you want to be a part of the Discord, which I've got, which is Mindscape, and also if you're interested in the one-to-one perspective sessions, then that's all on Patreon as well. Other than that, people, much love to you. Really, I've gone on, so I really, you guys are putting in so much time just watching this. I hope some of it makes sense. Have an awesome day wherever you are. Much love. Stay blessed. Salaam alaikum wa khuda hafiz, people.